I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
It is very true. You cannot escape yourself by moving to another country. Listening to a wise man early this morning, Mr. Wright, not R-I-G-H-T. And he's a gentleman that has a relatively new channel, and he thought everything was going to be just hunky-dory. And he actually met a Filipina, but that didn't work out. Yeah, shit happens. You think, you hear all these success stories and supposed success stories on YouTube. But it's not always the case. You can't move away from yourself. No matter where you go, there you are. I said this time and time again. And of course, when you settle down, you feel very comfortable, and it's all good. You got the comforts of a nice little home. And then sometimes with some people, I think the Asian thing kind of wears off after a while. And that happens, I think, to a lot of people. Hasn't really worn off me yet. I'll let you know. But I don't know. If I had the choice of living anywhere in the world, I couldn't sit on here and tell you where that would be. It wouldn't be United States, that's for sure. But thanks for the thumbs up. Sometimes, happiness comes from inside, and it's not necessarily, leaving where you were to someplace else, because there you are again. You with yourself. And whatever problems, mentally, physically, whatever it is that you have, you're carrying with you. It's kind of like you can't get away from yourself. Best way I could put it, yeah. So I was listening to this guy, and there was even a local guy, lived right here in Santa Fe. Before I go on with that, maybe tomorrow we'll do a little road trip and take you to a place that even Nico, who talks so shitty about Bantayan and all that, there's a place he never knew existed. And we'll take you there maybe tomorrow. We'll see. There's a tower there. You can see all the area. It's the highest point. And they sell the best macadamia nut cookies, I'll tell you that. Yeah. No, I don't fish. I don't even eat fish. No. But where was I? My train of thought just goes, There's even a local guy that had a channel on. He was gung-ho, and he finally got monetized. He was happy about that. So when he started out, he's with his girlfriend, but he had planned to get married. And he did. He succeeded. He got married. And I thought everything was hunky-dory, And he was starting to post, I don't know, fairly regularly. Then all of a sudden he just disappeared. But I just noticed his last shows, he was kind of on a negative side. He was talking about the government and all kinds of stuff, and not to trust Filipinos. Well, maybe he didn't marry the right one. I don't know what happened. I tried writing comments on his show, even to others, what happened to this guy? You have any idea? As soon as they get married, they wind up breaking up later on or something, or he could have had a health problem, but he was so gung-ho about being on. There's some things you just don't know what's happening because you're not privy to the information. You don't know exactly where he lives. He's up in town. One time I seen him before I even knew he was a YouTuber. He just disappeared. Poof, didn't make any sense. He finally got his channel monetized. He was kind of celebrating his existence here in the Philippines, but it doesn't always work out. I'm in a real bad position because I hate kind of leaning forward like this. It's very uncomfortable. And they do the artistic thing. This other guy I'm talking about, Mr. Wright, he looks like a clean-cut looking guy. The beard, he looks kind of distinguished, and I gotta sneeze. And when he first came out here, he seemed to get his shit together, has his shit together. He's all happy about being out here and exploring. But the truth is, I don't know, where do you go? What do? You like swimming pools, go to resorts, you're going to pay $500 just to get in their property. How often do you do? I'm over here, I'm near white sand beaches, I got resorts everywhere, go swimming in the pool. Do I go there all the time? I was just talking about this with my girlfriend. We haven't even done that. Sometimes you just really become very complacent where you are. And everybody has a comfort zone of what they do with their day. As long as you break your day up a bit, some people are very happy. I'm kind of one of those people. If I break my day up, I don't care if it's going out for chores. Believe me, I don't like staying in the house all day long, and I try not to. This type of season is going to get really hot, so you limit your activities to the morning at the end of the day. That's fine. Go to the beach, you can do all that shit. It's not always what people hope it to be. Paradise is really a state of mind. I thought Hawaii, if you're new to my channel, I've lived there for 15 years, 14 years, whatever. But it's not necessarily paradise because it has palm trees and beautiful oceans. You have to live there. And sometimes you live in communities. I've been reading about my last town around that area. Fucking neighbors shooting guns off to scare each other, having fights with their neighbors. I went through something like that with my tenants, not with guns, but paradise, it's a state of mind. It's not where you're at. You could be in bumfuck Egypt somewhere and be happy as a clam, but, basically in life, people are just trying to be happy. If you live in war-torn zones, you're not very happy, obviously, with all the Mideast shit going on right now. These people have families, they're losing people unnecessarily. The world is going fucking crazy under the leadership of the United States. It's just, the world is going just bonkers, man. So it's nice to be in your little niche somewhere, Little niche on a little island in the middle of the fucking Pacific. Why not? Why not? Well, that's where I'm at. Chosen personally by me. Could have moved anywhere I wanted to in the whole country of the Philippines, and I chose this dusty little island, right? It's a cool little island. Okay. People are just fantastic. Of course, they're going to knock. If you're happy, people are going to knock you because you're happy and they're not. That's pretty commonplace on social media. Yeah. But sometimes you sit down in a quiet moment and you realize, no, my life isn't really that exciting, is it? But, you're happy in your place. You're happy with what you've accomplished. You have a home. You have this long-term relationship that gets better and better. And what's a better place to be as you're getting older? Nobody has to remind me of my age. I see it every day. I look in the mirror, I might look better than some people my age. I might look worse, whatever. I think I'm doing pretty good. My health is holding out, and that's the most important thing of anything. It's not how much money you have. It's nothing like that, man. It's inner happiness, inner content. I feel absolutely content where I am. I feel absolutely content and, who I'm with. And I think that's really all what it's about. Got my dogs here, got my girlfriend, we got two of her kids living here. It's actually a real family, after all. Some may argue, it's not your blood. It doesn't have to be your blood. Come on, man. Jeez. I got better relationships with people that ain't my blood than my own blood that's over in America. I mean, what does that tell you? Blood has nothing to do with it. It's the heart, it's your mind, it's your soul, inner happiness. And I have inner happiness. Sure, I got a couple of hurdles I got to get over with some shit that's going on, but it's every day. I don't even think about it, except when I'm doing research or something. It's just another day. You just don't let everything stress you out. If I let myself get stressed out for everything, then I would be, pulling my hair off every bad comment that's made about me on YouTube. I don't do that. It's not worth my time. You as an individual, do you know who you are? Do you know your good points and bad points? Well, you know that. Not everybody knows that. They could assume that you are this crazy character, a danger to the community. Maybe a danger to them in some ways. You don't know. But everybody has something to say about everybody. And I am, so totally convinced that they do not have that inner peace that they were looking for. That they are so obsessed with what you're doing with your life, how you're doing it, how you're surviving, what's your net worth, are you broke, are you happy in your relationship? Well, if they spent that kind of energy on their own relationship, or try to get their own relationship going and kind of get their act together, and find that right partner. But then again, there's an excuse they'll always give. I'm not looking for a long relationship. Women are too much trouble. I can't trust them. Maybe you just can't trust yourself. Maybe there's some kind of aspect, something of your personality that's just not jiving with women. When you act low class, and what does that have to do with money? When you act low class, your language, how you look upon, for example, Filipinos, you think they're hoes. We have a guy in here who just refers to women as they're all hoes. Well, the guy's been alone for a long time as a result of his attitude. Now he just hangs around with a female friend. Can't get laid from her because that's not going to happen. His mechanics may not even work. And guys will make an excuse for that too. They'll make an excuse for just about everything. Follow me? Oh, who's here now? Oh, okay. So, unless you can find your own inner peace, you're never going to be happy. You can't let outside sources influence you in a negative way, no matter what they are. Life goes on no matter what, man, until it doesn't. So if you got a roadblock in the way for something, you clear that roadblock eventually, This is our society, If you look at the comments. And I think if you could just be yourself and try to be the best part of yourself, because, when you meet somebody for the first time, man, woman, whatever, they kind of got you pegged, figured out within the first 1 minute to 5 minutes to meet you. Is this the kind of person I'd like to hang with, or date? And whether it's their appearance, whether they don't bathe, whether they're low class type language and behavior, word usage, uh, every other word is fuck this and fuck that and fuck this. I use the F word all the time. But if I'm going to be in a relationship with somebody that it's just meeting or something, you're going to try to put on your best, right? But maybe it's better you just be yourself, and this way you're not fooling yourself. Let them see who you really are. If they like who you are, then no complaints. You shouldn't have to complain. Okay, this was my worst position when I started to come here in the living room. Well, it's air conditioned, so I'm just came in, so to take advantage of this. Coming in from Guam by weekend, low rainfall. Writing about rainfall on my messenger. So a lot of people, they get disappointed after they're here for a while. There was another vlogger that came and he got monetized, another one. What the hell was his name? Have to do with a tropical drink. It was tropical something. And he came in just loaded up. This is the guy, Tropical Martini, that was his name. Guess I'm not that brain dead after all. He came in with a show and he was gung-ho about it. He wanted to explore everything about Cebu and go some other places. Excited about getting maybe monetized at whatever he did. I don't know if he did. And he was enjoying meeting people, but there was something about his personality that was too in your face, And he talked like, brrr. You couldn't be around somebody like that all the time. He exuded just too much energy. Like he was so hyped up, like he was on speed or something, He doesn't talk with a casual voice like me, And he's one of these guys that drags out the stories. In fact, I was just listening to today. I forgot. Some guy was trying to do a story about something, but what he said could have been said in less than 2 minutes. But he dragged it on for a half an hour till he got to the point. I just come out with shit, man. I just come out. I'm not gonna wait, keep you waiting for 20 minutes just to get to the topic matter, or just finish what I have to say. There's a short form in which you could actually present yourself. And people would appreciate you a lot more if you do it that way too. Not everybody has all that time on their hands. Cut to the topic, Hello, you can come in, it's all right. Cut to the topic. Just get it out. You can fill in all the fluff later on. And we got, what do you call the guy? The British guy living in the Philippines. People make mistakes. Hello, all you lovely people. That guy. If anybody is setting themselves up for failure, this is the guy. Well, number one, he lives in the Mindanao area, which, according to who you talk about, according to where in Mindanao you live, it might actually prove to be kind of dangerous. But you remember what happened to Elliot Eastman, if you're familiar with his story, the American kid, really, who died. He got kidnapped and shot. He married a Muslim. He was advertising, he was doing loans and different shit, whatever he was doing. They all thought he had money, or maybe the Muslims did not approve of the mixed marriage. We don't know what the story is, but he was aware of the atmosphere. He knew. Well, anyway, getting back to all you lovely people guy, he talks enough crap about the Philippines and people and this and that he will attract the wrong people with some bad motives. I've always said it. I'm pretty right about a lot of things on here. I think it's a matter of time. Where something happens to this guy. He went to trouble building a house. He's got a kid. He's got one on the way. I don't know if they had it yet. It's pretty close. They haven't had the new child yet. He's a guy who just walks around in the front yard, really, and kind of bitches and whines about the conditions in the Philippines, the people. But yet at the same time, he says he loves the Philippines, but he's not showing it. He's not showing it. Okay? Call me grandpa? Oh, that's fighting words. Grandpa. You should live to be my age, sucker. And still be healthy and robust. Bye. Bye-bye. All right. We got 14 aboard, 6 thumbs up. Without you, without you. Anyway, Teddy Swim, smooth voice. One of these days we're going to put lyrics together and we'll do a little song, become a songbird. I'm very good, sir. How are you? Are you a new subscriber? Hello, never seen you before. We're not always on camera, so you may come on here sometime. It's just a notification button, really. But we do get on camera, I feel like. I'm not, I have a voice for radio, not for being on camera, I'm one of those guys. Yeah. But, and I have not been all over Asia. I may have been in some of the airports on the layover, but I have not been all over Asia. I have not. But I have a damn good idea for Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, I have a damn good idea what they're like without even being there. Well, a half decent idea. I think I know what would work for me if I had to be in another place. But there's always something. You use the visa type rules they have there. Thailand, forget about that. Their visa rules are always changing. Malaysia sounds pretty good, according to where. There's good towns in Malaysia, Georgetown and a few other places. I know a lot about these places, but I've never really been there. But they're alternative, Am I raised Navy? No, my father was in the Navy at one point. No, I'm not a military person. It's just a baseball cap type thing. It's not a Navy hat or any shit like that. No. I look like a soldier of fortune, or, It's called, the Asian thing where it wears off, I don't know if there's a country out there where that feeling would not wear off. Some people are well traveled, they got a good idea what a town is like, but they're still not totally sold, You're going to live in one place, right? Hopefully, unless you just like to be a nomad and just kind of wander around. Oh boy, gotta stretch my back. Should have worn my microphone. Give me a minute here. I can't really say that the Asian thing has been, worn off for me. Not yet. A little bit, but not as much as I thought. As long as I have good companionship, I'm fine. I'm fine anywhere. It's having the right partner. It's the right state of mind that's going to keep you and be happy no matter where you are. There are people practically living under rocks. We got a lot of them on YouTube, They live under rocks. Literally. Well, you'd think they would, so let's call it figuratively. But, it seems that way, What rock did you crawl out of, Yeah. It's my 13. Hey, boys. What makes it wear off is what you do with it. Are you going to mesh with the culture, or are you going to fight against it? That's a decision you have to make. You shouldn't be here. Take your woman and go elsewhere. But then you might be taking her away from her family and things that she loves. It's not a win situation for those that are really not sure where they're happy or where they are. You sold everything. Sold everything to move out here. Nothing to go back to. That includes me. Sold my house in Hawaii, you know. Ain't going back there. It's too expensive. Much too expensive. And there's a lot of shit going on there now. Shootings, and the locals are going crazy because the economy, they've been moving out for 30 years or so now. They've been all moving out off the island to California and Vegas. They started with Vegas and they spread out. Some going to the North Pacific Northwest and so forth. And they just can't seem to get away from the inflation no matter where they go. Some of them wish they never left the islands, but... And the other thing too, island life in itself. And when I lived in Hawaii, what was the island? About 200 miles round. It's what I call the Big Island. Otherwise really known as Hawaii Island. You know, there's no land bridge in Hawaii. Some of these other Asian countries, there are land bridges. You can go from one country to the other. Yeah. You couldn't do that where I lived in Hawaii. Or really any place in Hawaii. You were landlocked, you were locked in. No ferries, they tried a ferry system once, but the environmentalists shot it down. Fuck. So you're forced to take an expensive airplane just to go to another island that costs you as much as going to fucking Europe or something, I don't know. But the good thing about where I live, they got a ferry. You can get off the island and go to Cebu or wherever the hell you want to go. We do have an airport here that'll take you to Cebu. They have certain days of the week. I think they're a little pricey. Look like Felix. Felix the what? AKZ? I have no idea what you're saying. What's AKZ? Well, I got a little bit of a Pusgetti here. I'll let that cool off. Well, we all look like something, right? But I guess I've been lucky so far because, see, the good thing is you settle in somewhere, you make that your home base, and make the best of it, right? But then, if you can travel and you feel like traveling, you could always get away from it for a while, just for a break, explore another place. But you always got your home to come back to. That's what's so great about it. Your home base. You got to have a home base because you can't settle down anywhere. I mean, you're not going to be settled down unless you actually have a home base. That's what works for me. I'm getting too old to be flying all around and just going to some senseless place that I maybe don't even want to go, know nothing about it, and spend all the money to do it. As far as me traveling all over the Philippines, you know, I've talked about that on my show. There is no particular place, honestly, there is no particular place that I have in mind that I feel that I really need to see. Oh, I gotta go there. If it's involving a beach, screw it. I told you, 8-minute walk. I got all the white sand beaches you want, right here. There's got to be something more than a beach. There's got to be something some interesting, I don't know, a place with a lot of history and things to really explore. I mean, the kind of shit that I like would be, now it'd have to be down in Mindanao area, I guess. Luzon, whatever, is to go on a kind of a boat ride down a river and look at nature, you know, any crocs around there, crocodiles, anything that might come out. Get that jungle experience, you know, mosquitoes and all. But something interesting. Talk about the fall of the volcano manor to the forces of lit. Where do these freaks come from on my show? I have no idea. I hate to do it on camera, but well, spaghetti tastes better than yesterday, actually. You know, it's having that safe zone. It's having your own, what was the word I used earlier? Sanctuary. That you can call your own. And feeling safe. Where are these people coming from, man? I don't know. Maybe it's better I'm off camera, really. Yeah, why not? That's much better. Too good looking for camera. I don't know. This way I could eat, too. All right, so you get these foreigners that come out here. They're watching everybody's channel. Everybody's having a wonderful time. Man, I got to come to the Philippines. I do come here. They find out it's not as exciting as they thought it was. And worst is if you're coming out here for a one, and you sell the farm, and these don't turn out. They're going to say to themselves, okay, what am I going to do now? You put yourself in a real position. Now, what you have to understand is that when you watch somebody's video, and they're in the Philippines, they're going to try to show you, and try to find a reason to make you believe that they're having the greatest time in their life. Well, it's really according to what you're looking for. A lot of these foreigners, they wind up alone. And they're miserable. Absolutely miserable and alone. Okay, so that's where the bad attitude comes in, and all the, the bitterness. When they realize that they made a mistake. Come on, in or out. You want to go in or out, gingerbread? I'll be right in there, baby. I got nothing for you, Sal. Tasted better today than it did the other day. I don't know why. Same, huh? Okay. God, I got up and I was definitely walking like an old man. I had my back in position. You would definitely say I was an old man if you just seen the way I just walked out of my room. Where's my position I was in? Sitting at an angle on the couch. Woo, I'm telling you. Found more turmeric for a good price. I got my green tea, but I didn't buy the Lipton. Lipton green tea was 550 pesos. This was half the price. You get 100 bags. But if I remember this stuff by McCoy, the bags, I think, were really small. That was the trade-off, I think, on that. Oh. Nothing feels good like a comfortable place with a full tummy. And you're not, like, really in pain and not suffering any major illnesses. I mean, that's what life's all about. And on top of that, being lucky enough to have one of the better Filipinos out here. And it still is a 20-year age difference between us, but it's not like 30, 40, 50-year age difference. The age gap you see all over the place, which is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I would not want an 18-year-old if you paid me, because I'd have absolutely nothing in common. But they come out here to sow their oats and all that, right? Then when they had their fill, it's like, okay, what do I do now? Hang around the mall, pretend to be busy on your laptop. Look, I've seen it all. I've seen it all. I have. Because whether I have to do 1,000 shows on it, and maybe I've done, it sucks to be lonely, no matter where you are. And as you age, you get older, it starts to become really serious. And then you're going to have this attitude where you're against the world. They become bitter. And we know people on here that are exactly like that. No names have to be mentioned. If you've been following me for a long time, you know who I'm talking about. No need to get into the troll thing on here. In a world with so many people, it seems almost preposterous to be alone in this world. But you can be. But it really has to do with you. There is no reason anybody who doesn't have a mate out there, or maybe they just don't want one, or maybe they just make excuses because they can't get one, but there is absolutely no reason with all the women, especially here in the Philippines, available women, that you can't find a good mate. I mean a good mate. Not someone just to have as a fuck buddy or something, you know. Unless that's what you want, but you know what? Even that wears off because it just becomes very shallow. And you know, it's just put out some pesos, you know you're going to have a date for the night. More than likely, if you try, if you're not too shy, you'll have a date for the night, but then you wake up, what? You wake up alone again, right? VFW. And who are you, really? Yeah, he's still in the sardine can, to answer your question. He's going to be there indefinitely. I did a little ditty on that yesterday. Yeah, until he actually squares off with all the money he owes for 7 years of immigration, which is now 3 years, because they're including that too. Now it's 10 years plus of immigration overstay fees and penalties and other charges that go on there, renewing this and that and this and that. Plus he owes between me and the court, he owes $500,000 between me and the penalties for court. So he's not going anywhere real fast, I could tell you that. Warthog is your handle. YouTube changed the way names look in the chat. I used to be Warthog. I'm trying to remember that name. I don't know. Are you somebody I know personally, by the way? Is this Bill? Who is this? Or is this Bill's son? I'm just guessing. Okay. Back in my cool, air-conditioned room, you betcha. No, we don't know each other. Okay. What does this come out? Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, I kind of brought his situation to an abrupt end, that's for sure. I can tell you that. And he's got what he deserves. And more, really, when you think about it. But I did everybody a favor, as far as I'm concerned. Got him off the streets. He won't be trying to bum money off people and, you know, get money off his girlfriends for his booze and stuff and cause trouble. But don't worry, he'll be back online. I don't know when that's going to be, but whenever he gets released, he guarantees he's going to go back on YouTube and start posting. And basically his shows will be to call me every name in the book, which got him in trouble with 5 cyber libel charges in the first place. He'll continue to do it because that's what he does. Oh, he's going to lay it out. When he gets back to America, he's going to, oh, you'll hear from him. And people will be interested in, again, he's probably going to have to do that to survive, really. And people will tune in. I'm sure they will. They just want the train wreck to continue. You know how that works. Yeah. Uh, Fascinating stuff. I don't follow much, but I noticed you posting updates, so I figured I'd ask. This situation blows my mind. Yeah, it's blowing his mind. Whatever else he's blowing in there. It's a very hot plate. They're trying to put me in there, is what they're trying to do. I guess you haven't been catching up. And it's been 3 years, I guess. His girlfriend, basically, he's supposed to marry, supposed to be his fiance. Yeah. Well, he was upset with me for being in jail for things that he did to deserve to be there, right? So a little bit of revenge was needed. So basically, a few people with money on here that didn't like me financed her to get a lawyer and make a complaint with me against the Bureau of Immigration to say I'm undesirable. And she did that partially under pressure. I see your troll, but I'm just interested in the Barry stuff. Okay. I'm sure I have trolls on there I don't see making comments. I'm curious who's in there anyway. Who's out there, but making comments that I can't see. But push came to shove and all that, and they got me on this hold and all that. It's administrative. They won't allow me to leave the country and do my normal shit, kind of like a prisoner of sorts, political prisoner of sorts. I'm not incarcerated, don't plan to be, and I don't think that's ever going to happen, but don't worry, my lawyers have been working on this, but I'm not going to get into that. She's probably going to be in trouble herself later down the line for several different charges, perjury and harboring and aiding and abetting him. So, hey, I've talked about it before. I have no problem mentioning that again, but yeah, who could be going that way? I mean, I don't care about the trolling. I just want to see what Barry's updates are. Well, the same. He's been over 3 years now, incarcerated from one place to another. I know he's not having the best time of his life, but it's not supposed to be a country club anyway. But he had a country club when he was in Mandawi lockup. Oh, it was absolutely a country club for him, other than the swimming pool. He got booze, snuck in there, partied with the guards, sometimes with another cellmate, had everything from an ice maker to rice maker to a big monitor, a game console that he play all the time, 2 cell phones and a laptop. Yeah, he got away with all that shit. Not anymore. Not anymore. Because of the Russian guy Vitality, make things even harder there now. He's over in Bikutan, however you want to pronounce it, Bikutan, whatever. Enjoying himself, I'm sure. And like I say, he's got nobody to blame for himself, except himself. I think putting mops on his head to make him appear as a woman. I don't know. He will be submissive, though, to certain people in there, I'm sure. Because he's mixed in with the Muslims and Chinese and all that stuff. He said horrible things about all those particular denominations. And they get word of that. So he wants me in there with him. But that would be the biggest bugaboo for him, because if I was in there with him, his life would be a lot more miserable, I'll tell you that. Because these people will know exactly what he's all about, what he said about their culture, their ethnicity, and all that stuff. He won't be the favorite boy anymore. Put mops on his head. Oh boy. I don't really know what's going on. I know he's not happy in here, obviously. How would anybody be happy? Let's face the reality. Jail is not, especially in third world countries like this, any jail really, no matter where you are, but especially in a country like this, you don't want to wind up in any place like that at all. It's hot. There ain't no air conditioners in jails. I don't know, even in the United States, if that, I don't think, I think all you get is fans, even in the United States. I don't think, there are no country clubs unless you got a lot of money and influence. And yeah, they put you in a room with studio furniture and TV and air conditioning and oh yeah, if you're like a big time player of some sort, you can do that if you got a lot of money. So he's not getting out until he pays. Is he still like 4 grand? Ah, it would be more like no. If smoke clears with the no no, a lot more than that. He's probably be $18,000 or something. Well, you got to consider it's about 50, 60,000 a month, but they have penalties for visa and penalties on top of that over a 7 year period. But now it's 10 years because he spent 3 years incarcerated, and that also counts. And then he owes, um, well, figure what that would come out. That could be all the way up to 750,000 pesos. Then you add what he owes the court and me, which is a half a million pesos total, um, and any other external fees. Um, I don't know. He's probably in it for close to 20,000 American dollars or shy. Yeah, yeah. No, they're not going to let him out. They're not going to let him out. In my understanding, I did some. The exact questions you're asking me, I just addressed these questions. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, I think it was yesterday. I do have so many shows, I forget things I'm talking about. I think I was just talking about it yesterday, the day before, on the same subject, because I just had found out more information how it's really working, why he's in there so long. See if he made an effort to pay off. Because first of all, even though he has a summary deportation. They've already had that for years. They're not going to execute the deportation and let him get away scot-free. It's not the way the Philippines government works out here. Nobody's going to pay. That's his problem. He's got what we call the high rollers on here that wanted to free him, but they don't want to put out no money on him. In part because he owes me a quarter of a million pesos. They don't want to see me get any money. And because they really don't like him, the only reason they did any support for him in the past because they didn't like me. See how that works? His own girlfriend still calls her his fiance. Apparently she hasn't done much for him. For somebody she wants to marry. You get a very person who put the complaint on me. That's what we're talking about. She didn't gather money from her family and didn't put any funding out there on these programs they have for funding to get money to help him pay all his obligations and penalties. No, she didn't even do that for him. So, yeah, something, huh? Ain't that something, man? Is this Lucas, by the way? Is this Lucas? Is this Lucas? No, maybe not. Lukey Boy. Bill and Lukey Boy. Over in Ocean Shores, Washington. Bill and Lukey Boy. Barry doesn't make YouTube. No, no, no. He sneaks. He gets on his phone. He makes comments on people's live shows. Every now and then. You'll see his comments under White Boy Travels. White Boy Travels. Something like that. Oh, yeah. He comes in there with comments. Some lame comments. See, you're only supposed to use the phone in there to contact your lawyer or talk to your family. And he'll just make believe he's going to, well, maybe he will call somebody, but his girlfriend maybe, if she still is. I don't know. No clue. But he'll get on if somebody has a live show on, he'll get on there and listen to it for a while. Then he'll make some rude comments as he normally would. I don't know you from Adam. Okay. Okay, it's all right. So yeah, it's a horrible situation to be in because they leave you in limbo. I'm in a legal limbo right now. It's exactly what it is. I'm in a legal limbo. So I got to finish off all this stuff and do what I need to do to throw out this complaint that his girlfriend put against me. Of course, it was all false, all bullshit. People kind of pushed her into this in part, and revenge, for her boyfriend, revenge against me. But she doesn't realize what she's probably doing to herself. A lot of people, they do things, but they don't think before they do it. Because she may be facing a number of charges herself, and that may not go very well for her. So we're playing it by ear right now. No, I'm not trying to get jammed up. I want all this shit over with, but I'm just kind of one of these stubborn guys who feels that while I draw a breath, I need to do what I need to do because what they put me through with this is not fun and games. I don't see it as fun and games at all. No, she's not asking for no money. It's not a civil case. It should be a civil case, but it's not. Simply under the heading of undesirable for deportation. Undesirable, man, I could name names right now. I'll tell you who's undesirable on here. No comparance. But it's just enacting revenge. That's all it is. No money was mentioned. I don't know about immigration, what they want, why they're procrastinating, but they're actually doing things against the law. And we are addressing it, actually. Heads might roll. I don't know what's going to happen. They're not going to be happy, I'll tell you that. But it's undue procrastination. And they should have came up with a resolution a very long time ago. It's been over like 20 months since she put her complaint in. They got me on an administrative hold is what they got me on. No, there's been no mention of money. And I wouldn't give her it anyway. She won't get a fucking lead peso from me. Nothing. Sounds like the easiest case to beat. You're responsible for her man in jail. That alone should make her complaint null and void. Well, that is what is in the counter affidavit, sir. And, sooner they realize this, the sooner they'll squash this fucking complaint. It's at the bottom of a pile, or they're waiting for something, I don't know. I mean, I have an idea what's going on, but not completely. So, if they don't get me for the complaint, they'll try to get me on the overstay, which they put, not me. It's not like Barry. Barry intentionally did not pay all those years. I've always paid my visas. I always kept legal out here. Don't worry, I don't think a complaint holds water. Well, the whole thing is why it's taken so long. And my lawyers have done everything they could up to this point, but they're now taking another step. So this step will put immigration in a really bad, dark situation where they will have to be forced to resolve the situation. Now, they could get pissed off and not resolve it in my favor. But even if that happens, it's not like a done deal. And getting the ombudsman, I can never say it, the ombudsman involved in this, which is a neutral body of people in the government that is the watchdog for places like immigration. They take a neutral stance. They look over all the paperwork, actually read it, but then they're going to question immigration. Why are you not acting on this? And if they find that what they read in there Sounds like, you know, that Mr. B should not be have put in this situation. They could come down hard on immigration. Heads can roll. People can lose jobs. Immigration don't want that embarrassment. They got embarrassed with the Vitality, the Russian guy, and all that. They don't need it. They don't need the bad PR. That girl is going to get herself in deep shit. Well, that's my point, but I think she's being told don't give up. They might even be throwing her a couple of bucks here and there. I don't really know that. I can speculate. So I'm not saying for sure she's getting money from anybody, but I think they're just trying to encourage her anyway to, stick with your program. Like I always say on here, do you feel lucky when you gamble? Do you always win? You play cards, whatever you play, roulette, roll the dice, whatever, and see where it comes out. But that's taking an awful chance because if they don't get their way, the the end result is going to be them going through a lot of mitigation, litigation, money, lawyers, and possibly get jailed for certain things. So they have to ask themselves the famous question that I posed on another channel or another video this morning, I think. It was called, Is It Worth It? It was called, Is It Worth It? And that's the question that they have to ask themselves. Okay, is it or was it worth it after the fact? But I gave the individual the opportunity to do what's right. I did numerous times, but she doesn't want to budge on that. And I'm not offering no money. I'm not offering anything. I'm offering for her to set herself free, if not literally or figuratively, to tell the truth that her complaint was basically made out of being upset that her boyfriend was put away. That I had something to do with it. I think the courts might understand that and maybe just let her, get away with it and say don't do it again type of situation. But at least I offer a chance to remedy this whole thing. But, can't force somebody to do. Not smart on her part when they lay this out in court and they see she's Barry's girlfriend. Yeah, she'll be going to jail. The ones egging her on don't care about her consequences. No, they don't. They will back her up, possibly financially, because I don't know where she ever got the money to get a lawyer. There's a good possibility that the high roaders on here that don't like me paid for the lawyer and all that. There's a couple of people involved. But when it's not going their way, they won't contribute anymore. Yeah, I know. I realize that. But some people are just hateful. Everybody wants revenge. I always say on here, I don't want revenge. I just want justice. I don't care about revenge as the word is defined. It's just justice. Just do what's right. I even offered to, hey, she signs an affidavit, goes to my lawyer's office, notarize everything, that she's dropping a complaint, that, she thinks she just rushed into this complaint without giving it a whole lot of thought, makes herself look good. And on the paper it would say that there'll be no charges put against her so for lying and all that stuff. I think that's fairly fair. And that's what I put on the table out here publicly a while back. And apparently she's not going for it. There might be a reason why she's not going for it that I won't talk about. Well, it's something you brought up, but I can't prove it. So, yeah. All right, VFW, take care. Subscribe so you know I'm still on, whatever. That's always questionable too, as every day goes by. I'm always questioning why I even come on this fucking thing. And thanks for the dialogue, and talk to you another time. That's about what's going on with that, folks. Nothing is resolved yet, but everything will come to resolve sooner or later, and what I'm doing We'll force things to come to a resolve, one way or the other. I'll deal with anything that comes up over this, like I deal with anything else in life, really. I'm not going to send myself to a hospital and tear my hair out or something over shit like this. You just deal with it, man. Speaking of that, I got to deal with something called Mother Nature right now, and I've been on long enough, so. Why are you back there, Ginger? Why are you back there? You should like the cold. All right. Good show. Always is. Thanks for stopping by, folks. Catch you on another great event. And have a wonderful day wherever you live. And live your life. But don't try to live somebody else's life. It never works. Yowzadoodle. Yowzadoodle. Hello, folksies. Oh, yes. Oh, I've been actually awake before this. Well, at least the lighting, at least she's doing something with some of her friends there. That's pretty cool. I'm trying to go out for walks in the early morning, nice and cool. It's just a wee bit too early for me to join them. Wee bit too early for me. The old brain here ain't what it used to be, ain't what it used to be, ain't what it used to be. No, that's too early for me. Or else I would join them. It'd be nice, be nice if I did. But I gotta mentally prepare myself to go get up early in the morning to go for a walk. I know. It's excuses that we all make. But what the hell? It's just too early for me. Oh, I was listening to 8 Miles from Home. No, what's his name? Not 8 Miles from Home, but Overstay Road. Now he's a war commentator. Well, he was in the service. He's got this little camouflage hat on, and I don't know, you gotta love this shit. Or not, I mean, sometimes it is funny. Now he's a war commentator, and, well, I guess if people didn't do goofy stuff, there'd be nothing goofy to listen to, It wouldn't be anything interesting to listen to, really, when you think about it. Boy, I gotta tell you something, man. That little copycat channel. Someone's got time on their hands, man. They put timestamps. Every show I put on, they put these clips on. I know they're probably happy to hear. Oh, well, I'm glad he's going over there. I'm glad he's going over there to see what we're posting. Well, I know what you're posting. I'm the one that does the shows. Someone really has it out for me. I mean, really has it out for me. But more so, more interestingly, is that they got that time to put their effort and energy to copying whatever shows I put on, and I don't even know what the purpose of that is. But I don't know, I guess it's like a hobby or something to do, I guess. Just when I thought that maybe I got too much time on my hands, then this individual comes along and copies every single show. Isn't that amazing? I can't help it but watch the news. Because on one hand, I don't want to know what the fuck is going on in the world. 'Cause we all know where this world is going, right? Going to hell. But still, you get curious. The good thing is you don't have to be part of all this. There's something to say about being in the Philippines on an island. I still scratch my head. How did I wind up out here 10 years later? I'm still scratching my head saying, how the hell did I wind up in the Philippines? But here I am. Strange things happen, I guess. Nobody knows where life is going to wind up. Growing up as a kid, would I ever even think, or even into adulthood, all the way, did I ever think I was going to be living in a foreign country? Hell no. Farthest thing from my mind. But here I am. Stranger Things, like the movie Stranger Things. But we got what's going on in the world. We got this domino effect. And all these countries are getting involved in all this warfare now. And that cannot lead to anything good. I guess a submarine was taken down, an Iranian submarine? Was it Iranian submarine? What was? I don't know. I didn't catch that part except on what's his face's show, who's now a wartime commentator. I don't know. You need material. You need material. That's just it. Especially when you're monetized. I don't really give a shit. Well, they're up as early as I am. The roosters. Did you wonder why they roosting this early in the morning? I never really looked that up. Why are they so vocal early in the morning toward dawn? Good morning, good morning. Okay. I wake up to my dogs licking my face. Well, she was getting ready to go, my girlfriend that is, for a walk with the girls. Well, I'm glad she's getting back into that. They don't do Zumba anymore. They go out for walks now, which is probably better, I think. Where's my lemon? Where is my lemon? Here we go, fresh lemon. That's nice for doing. One of the great things to do in the morning. That's what actually detoxifies your liver and shit. Is right in the morning, sometime after you wake up, is to put a lemon in warm water. But now that I got my turmeric, yay! I can now put my turmeric in my tea. Kid probably thinks I'm crazy. I'm up at 5 in the morning doing a show, but hey, they do their games, crazy shit they do. Who says I can't put a show on at 5 in the fucking morning, but I don't ever sleep beyond that time. So, henceforth and so on, here I am. Where's my little strainer? They love my routine. They're just waiting for me to come on in the morning. They know my routine. Probably know when I take a shit too. The copycat channel loves that. They want to know everything. This time I'm just put the whole fucking lemon. It's not a big lemon. Put the whole damn thing in here. Gotta detoxify, folks. Gotta detoxify. In such a toxic world, you gotta detoxify. That strainer comes in handy, doesn't it? Look at that. Nectar of the gods, right? There are gods. Ooh. Where's my rags? Ah, fart. Then comes the turmeric, my friends. You were waiting for that one, weren't you? I know you were. Okay. Let's get some brand new turmeric. Yay! Is that exciting for you, copycat? Here we go. And you know you gotta intensify this with the tiny bit of black pepper. That's what synergizes the turmeric. Come on. A little bit of, you don't need a lot. So that's what I do in the morning. Every morning. Don't get too excited. I'm going to add another ingredient in there. Don't hold your breath. There we go. Of course, going to put some ginger in there. Respect. Now, not everybody can handle this in the morning. Ah, that's what I forgot to buy. Jeez, I was out yesterday shopping. Forgot to buy, oh shit, my green tea. No, I don't feel like making my matcha tea this morning. I could, but the water is not hot enough. I only gave this 2 minutes. I'd have to go with what I have, unfortunately. Oh, but wait, we're not, no, the Himalayan salt, I'll save that for the oatmeal. I have been starting to eat salt, but only for the mineral content. I'm not in habit, no, I'm not exactly putting salt in all my foods. I've never done that. But I don't have a high blood pressure problem either, so this is what you call some good stuff here. My little witch's brew, whatever you want to call it. Elixir of life. How do you start your mornings? Well, I know Snicko likes to have his cup of coffee with a little booze in it. I can't believe. How does it come down to that? Well, that's what you call an alcoholic. Anyone who has to get up and have a cup of coffee and pour booze in it, yeah, that's an alcoholic. Well, that's one habit I'm glad I don't have. Forgive the table here in the morning. Kid's working on a project. He was up late last night trying to do a few things. Ah, and there's my laptop right here. It needs it really needs some refurbishing in regards to, I don't know, I have to set up my Facebook, I have to set up my YouTube. In fact, the battery's gone. It's not even going to turn on. Critically low battery. That's my Acer. I got to get this thing going. That's all I used to really use at one point was my laptop, really. But I got to mess around with this thing quite a bit. I got to redo programs on here. I don't know. There's a lot to do on this laptop. But I like to incorporate it into my shows. Well, I like to use the damn thing, period. But You gotta admit, the phone comes in handy. The cell phone just comes in handy. But I'd have to sync this to my cell phone somehow. I mean, you gotta install your. I gotta get back to my Facebook. Remember my freaking passwords and everything to that, and then YouTube and all that shit. But there's something a little funky going on in this computer because it doesn't hold everything on the screen, it disappears. If I go to put a password in, all of a sudden it skips off into something else. I don't know what's going on with this thing. I have no idea. I'm no technical genii here. So I wake up because she's getting ready to go out for a walk with the ladies. So of course the door is open in my room. And both my dogs come in, they're both licking at my face. What the fuck? Okay, girls, okay. That's my girls. My loving dogs, loving woman. I'd like to ask a direct question to the copycat channel. I'll make it simple. What are you getting out of all of this? I don't understand it at all. You're copying my stuff so that if I take, let me get this straight. So if I take any of my shows off, you still have it there. Is that the whole idea of this? And if so, why? I'll say it again, you got too much time on your hands. You really got too much time on your hands. You make me feel better about myself in a way because there are times I got too much time on my hands. But then I look at what you do on there. I'm saying, damn. Damn. What would you do without me, I guess is a question. If I didn't put shows on, what would you do? Now really ask yourself that question. What would you do if I wasn't putting on any shows anymore? Do you ever ask yourself that question? Routine becomes part of your life. So if you're copying my shows all the time and then there's nothing to copy anymore, what would you do with your time? Would you find somebody else to copy? Or would you have a monkey on your back or something? Would you go into withdrawal symptoms? Or what exactly would you do? What would happen to you? It's a fair question, I think. It's a fair question. Let me see if I could even. This is so bitter. Let this cool off a little bit. That's what you have in the morning. No, you don't get a cup of coffee or something to drink and pour booze into it. Come on, man. All right, it's one of those to each his own type things, but listen to this, listen. Happy kid. Take a shower and sing, that's it. Greet the day with a song. Greet the day with a song. That's a happy kid. Happy child, happy life. Now, if I had the laptop going, I could read the news stories and stuff, word for word, like what's his face does, but it just ain't got the damn thing operational. I gotta make a choice. What do I want to do with that damn laptop? I guess it would be a backup if my cell phone went tits up, I guess. So hold on to it. rather than buying another cell phone. But this thing ain't gonna last forever. It's been a good phone. I gotta say, the camera's really sharp. The imagery, it's a really sharp camera on here. It's been my workhorse, you know. But I think what I'd probably do, I don't know. If my cell phone went tits up, I'd probably just try to get that laptop in order and utilize that before I buy another cell phone or something. But I admit it does come in handy. You can put it in your pocket. You got to say, definitely about the technology these days. It still amazes me. People just take it like it's breathing, like it's you just expect it. But it's an amazing device. You're in touch with the whole world in your pocket. A little device you put in your pocket. Nobody sees it that way anymore. They're so used to having cell phones. It's just become kind of ingrained in society. And no matter where you live in the world, everybody's carrying cell phones. You walk in the street, you don't see anybody that's not looking at their cell phone or something. Yeah, it's come down to that. It's crazy. Thing I don't get is how I've seen these videos where oh, even here, the Philippines, people living under bridges in Manila and under deplorable conditions, very poor. But the one thing they all got in common, besides being poor and having to live under a bridge or something, they all have cell phones. And they seem to have a load on their phone. They put time on their phone so they could, you know, communicate and look up things and watch things and so forth. And where are they getting the money for that? Is a key question. But they all have cell phones. Some of the poorest nations in the world, the natives are walking around with cell phones. Where are they getting the money for cell phones? United Nations is not buying them it. I mean, where are they getting the money for cell phones and to pay for the service to their cell phones? There's some questions I can't get answered. Perhaps that's something I could pose to Chat GPT or something. I don't know. Again, pardon me. I should be out there walking with them actually, but I don't have that kind of energy in the morning. I need time to kind of wake up a little bit, and drink my tea and all that shit. Go through my little routine. Where would you guys be if I didn't do a morning show? That's another question too. What happens on with a lot of these YouTubers and the people that watch all these channels, they get so used to they it's like a routine. It's just like you're watching like a series on television. You see the first series, you got to watch the whole chapter series, whatever to the end. And I think a lot of people get themselves into that train of mind, where they follow you, and every show you put on, that they're listening to it. And to think that if you weren't there anymore by death, by choice of not being there on YouTube, by whatever, you know, what would they do with their time? It's like following a series, a movie, And then you really get into it, and then, you know, then it disappears. And you're like, hey, I want to know the rest of the story. Yeah, it gets down to that. I'm not that much into anybody's show that I'm going to do that. I'll be honest with you. There are shows on here on YouTube I could listen to, but there are some that I just can't bring myself to. I may get curious to see what they're talking about, but these days people are getting so desperate for topic matter that what used to be an exciting channel of some sort, they become very mundane. Like Overstay Road, that's I was talking about this morning. He's doing these war commentator. He's a war commentator now. And he used to be a lot more exciting than that. I mean, I never found him exciting to begin with, but he definitely had a little more clout, whatever, on YouTube. A lot more people, I think, used to listen to him and than they do now. Now he's becoming more domestic and kind of fighting for topic matter. I've noticed that. I can't always listen to his shows either. Occasionally he might have some topic matter might be kind of interesting to listen to for a little bit, but I can only listen to it so much. It kind of goes for a lot of shows. There's a lot of shows I've neglected a long time too. Finn, what's his name? Something Finn, young guy. I have no idea what's going on with his life anymore. I think he's married to the chick now. Well, I don't know. He's a good vlogger. He's good at what he does. But it's really hard to find some good vloggers these days. At least that's what I'm finding. Someone who puts out stuff, I mean, enough to really keep my interest. And I haven't really found anybody yet for that. I mean, even what's his name? Amazing Philippines, Rod, who's a good guy. He's just really become too commercialized now. I don't know. I mean, now he's getting sponsorship by JRC Services. JR, who gives advice for immigration services. Now he's expanded to real estate. I've used his service in the past. But now he's like, everybody's jumping on the bandwagon, finding sponsors, and now you know how that goes. Like I said, it's all about the money, man. Follow the money trail. And when I really think about it, I'm probably one of the few people on here that doesn't have to go by monetization. And, actually, literally has actually spent most of his illustrious YouTube career without being monetized. And for whatever reason. And I'll still put on shows. Well, now we got a religious fanatic in here. You know where they're going, especially. We don't like Bible thumpers, religious fanatics on my show. Say goodbye, say a prayer. Bye-bye. Well, that's my choice. Pick and choose who I want to be commenting on my show. Start mentioning religion and shit, you're out. What you listening to, Ginge? Huh? What's getting your interest? What you looking at? What you looking at? What? 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 All right. Something got your attention. All right. Who we got? Who we got? 19 people. I didn't even see the numbers on here. Not many people talking. So we got a lot of people that are kind of missing in action these days on YouTube. Our regulars. There's always something going on in somebody's world. They're not going to talk about, but they want to know everything that's going on in your world. Sometimes you all got to ask that question: what would you do if I was permanently off YouTube? It's a good and fair question. What would you do? I think that's a fair question. Well, probably find somebody else to follow or whatever, or troll. But there ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. And I'm the real thing. Okay, now Sal comes out. Hello, Sal. Hello, Sal. Nice and clean. Gave them both baths yesterday. They didn't like that, but I have a dog in my house. They're gonna be clean, right, Sal? They get so jealous. If I brush her hair, the other one comes over, and vice versa. I want more. Brush my hair. I want more attention than the other one's getting. Back and forth. I follow some of the stuff that goes on in Hawaii, which is the last state that I lived in, and where I lived, boy, it's falling apart. It has become so unaffordable in Hawaii, even for the local. When I say locals, because there's really not many true Hawaiians left. They all moved to Vegas or something. Now, these are the people that were heavy into the sovereignty movement, and they just gave in. They gave out, whatever. They just, they're the ones that are telling Howleys go home, meaning if you're a mainlander, if you live in there, go home. We don't want you here. Oh, they try to show you that all the time, their attitude. But they're the ones that are moving out. They're the ones that are moving out of Hawaii. Come on. All right. Let's go. Come on. My Arab neighbor up the block here, he walks his German Shepherd. He just walks alone sometimes. Let's go. They hate the shepherds. My dogs hate big old shepherds. All right, come on. I don't know, gives the dog something to do, I guess. Like those people that are desperate to do shows on me. I guess I'm serving a purpose after all. I'm giving them something to do with their life. Who says I don't help my fellow YouTubers out? My very presence is fulfilling their life in such a deep way. Some of you might think, boy, having a cup of a full lemon in it with the stuff I put in it, it's got to be kind of harsh. It's not really. We all have routines. This is my routine, but I do in the morning. Actually, the tea looks like piss, doesn't it? the goods that are in there, though, right? That's what I forgot to buy yesterday. Damn, I forgot to buy my tea. I was right in the stores. I could have bought it, but I wasn't thinking at the time. We all have our own routines. That's my routine. May not be yours, but it's mine. There's a purpose of just about everything I do. There's a purpose to it. Sometimes it is hard to get down, but you get used to it. My little morning witch's brew. Well, at least I'm doing something good with my morning anyway, Start off the morning the right way. Instead of pouring booze in my fucking coffee or something, like Snicko does. That's definitely a sign of a continued alcoholic. But we're not here to attack trolls. But one thing about people, they are in control of their own faith. Every single thing they do. It just seems so predictable what people do sometimes. So your brother was working on a project, huh? Yeah. Sorry, distracted here. I think people become so routine, and there's good routines too, don't get me wrong. They're not all bad routines of what people do with their time and all that, but I want to start getting philosophical again, but sometimes I can't help it. But I think, I don't know, such limited time we have on this planet. I mean, that's something I can't talk about enough, really. With so much shit going on in the world, but if you can't control something, you're forced to go along with it in a certain way. But it doesn't mean you have to be subject to it all the time. You don't have to watch the news and watch everything that's falling apart in the world. But out of curiosity, you do. But at the same time, you feel kind of good where you live, where you're just pretty much isolated from all the bullshit that's going on in the rest of the world. There's got to be something to say about that. You want to know what's going on, but you don't really want to be part of it. At least where I stand. I don't know, man. United States it's not the place I grew up in. But all it takes is a corrupt leader and everything falls apart. Wars happening but then again, people use this little clever thing called a distraction to get away from a more important element going on in their life. They use a distraction to get people's mind, like with Trump going on with the Epstein files. But the good thing about a lot of, especially the independent news channels you find on here, very successful ones with millions of subscribers, millions and millions, they get the word out when somebody's trying to hide it. And they keep on talking about the Epstein files, and they will continue to do. I got to give them credit for that. Everything Trump is doing is all one big distraction for he doesn't want to be found out that. And he's in denial a lot of the times. I had nothing to do with Epstein, but the facts are out. There's certain things they've redacted, but a lot of things that have come through. And can you imagine Our government is in on this, trying to protect the president because a lot of them may have been involved too. They get pretty deep into this. They're afraid of their careers going down the drain, or to be afraid of losing their careers because Trump says, if you don't support me in everything I do, that's a dictatorship right there. That's a dictatorship. That's defined. It's a dictatorship. If you don't do everything I do, I'll have you annihilated, killed, or lose your job and all your benefits and retirement. And so, of course, the members of his cabinet and so forth, and MAGA Mike and all these wonderful people, and Pam Bondi and all that, are going to kiss Trump's ass from here to eternity. But the way things work, they kind of work out really well sometimes. All these people are going to wind up in jail or not be able to live their life next door to their neighbors anymore and be looked down on, and they know that they were all part of this conspiracy and kiss Trump's ass like there's no tomorrow, and all for their career to make money, to be on a power play, because being in a power play seems to be the important element in life. Having power, but having to kiss the ass, I think a lot of them are just afraid of Trump. His advisors, all the way down the line, they don't cooperate with him. There's a price to pay. That's exactly what's going on. Imagine you have to live your life, have to kiss somebody's ass. It's not that general Joe public doesn't do that. I mean, on a job, for example, you want to get a better position in your job, so you're going to be kissing your boss's ass. You're going to become a yes man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're right, sir. Whatever you say, sir. Man, if you get to that point in your life, you can't think independently, and that you can't just kiss somebody's ass all the time to get into that position, like on a chessboard, to get where you want to be. And you got to become somebody that you're not to appease somebody else. And you're willing to give up all your good values, all your good morals, values, the things that you believe in, to try to impress somebody else. It happens right here on YouTube every single day. What is this on my screen here? Okay. People kissing everybody's ass to get attention or to get a point out. Follow the leader. Well, a bunch of cattle all jumping off a cliff. Would you join the cattle? Well, people do. I witnessed it right here on YouTube. And there's nothing new about that. But it's fun to watch. Anyhow, I'm not sure where I'm going with this morning. I'm just yapping away. A little early here, and I don't have my regulars in here. Or sometimes I do, and they just don't know what to say, what to talk about. Unless I really get into the troll situation, I start talking about particular people on here. Then I start getting a dialogue on here. It kind of seems that's the direction people go on here. The continuation of the drama. They want more drama to unfold, or they want to create more drama, or just participate in the drama itself. And you get to that point. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not like I don't get involved with the drama on here. I do. I may do it a little bit differently. I could talk about what's going on in here, but I'm not going, well, I'm not in the same direction as most people are on here. I do my own thing. And whatever I do or show, it's just for a purpose. And what I talk about is for a purpose. Now, I stopped. I stopped giving advice to people because it's not worth my oxygen. Now I just start taking my own advice. I don't mind doing that. And some people have taken my advice on many different topics, but health topics and supplementation, all that stuff I normally do. But now I just utilize it for myself. It's like talking really to somebody who's severely autistic, is probably the best way I could put it. You're not going to get through. Because people want to hear only what they want to hear. And their interpretation of what somebody says on their show gets totally taken out of context. And, well, you're familiar. You see it every day on here or hear it every day. It just seems like everybody's like in competition with each other on here. Who has the best show? Who's getting the best, more subs and more dialogue, in fact, for that. It seems to be one big competition. I don't know if it's a war of attrition. I don't know what the fuck it is on here. But I think a lot of people have more time on their hands than I do being retired. I mean, look at did you see much dialogue on? Sometimes I get a lot of dialogue, and sometimes I get no dialogue on here at all. Because a lot of people they like to listen to me. And believe it or not, some people love the tone of my voice. I heard that I can't tell you how many times. For a guy that's practically half deaf, okay, I guess I must be doing a pretty good job vocally. And I've heard that so many times. Some people say you should have been a radio announcer or whatever, whatever. I don't know. Should have, could have been a lot of things, but. And there's the FB crime family, finally a familiar in here. Trump has God looking upon America. Who's God? Who is God? Have you met God? I suppose if there is a God, when we pass away, we'll meet God. I'm one of these guys. I want to know, what does he look like? Is it even a male? We don't even know it's a man. We assume it's a man. We assume he has long hair and a little beard. Might even have a little goatee. Who cuts his hair, by the way? You know what I get tired of listening to? I gotta be upfront about this. You see a lot of these feeds, somebody's in a hospital, had a bad accident, or something happened to their kid, or somebody got cancer. I'm seeing a lot of cancer stuff going on. Young chicks and men, and boys, and at such a young age, getting these unusual cancers, becoming more prevalent. Anyway, the way it normally works is God has a plan for you. You're the chosen one. What is this like during the Mayan times, where they'd make sacrifices and people would look forward to being sacrificed because it's going to bring them to their maker? It's like a great thing. Willing sacrifices. Well, point I'm getting to is that people, how do I say this? When something good happens to somebody in a hospital, they're in a real grave situation, whether it's an accident or a disease, whatever it is. And if they survive it, thank you, God. But I don't hear them thanking you know, the very talented doctors and surgeons. But then if they die, it was God's will. Was it God's will to have a child suffer from cancer? Is it God's will for a child or anyone to be fighting for their life, to be in terrible pain? I think of the arrogance, it's extraordinarily arrogant if you think about it, where Jesus basically says, you all have to pay for the sins of me being nailed on a cross. You're all going to pay for this in perpetuity. Come on, man. What kind of a god or deity do you worship, you know, that's going to make you pay for the sins of those who annihilated him on the cross? What kind of a god, for example, saying if you don't believe in me, you're going to go to hell. You're going to suffer, motherfucker. Come on, man. Yet we have billions of people who are highly religious. Let's see. I have no idea what this person is saying, but he sounds calm and angry at the same time. Oh, you're talking about me. You talking about me? No, I'm a kind of an intense person when I want to be. I talk about the facts of what's going on with a lot of things, whether it's in YouTube, whether it's in the world. I see things that maybe people don't see, or don't care to see, don't want to talk about. But everything that's going on in the world affects you in some way. Okay, let's see. Crime families. Eric Dowell, here we go, is only new by religion, but not real Jew. He's not from the homeland. I don't give a shit what Eric. I don't give a shit about Eric. What he does. I don't envy his lifestyle. I don't envy anything about the guy. I have no reason. His idea of the good life is that he's got a fat wallet and he's a shepherd leading his flock. Well, his money is leading his flock anyway. I don't do that shit. I don't do anything that he does. And thank goodness I don't. I do my own thing, okay? I'm happy what I do for myself. I don't have to follow somebody in that way. Like it's some kind of a fucking commune or some kind of a sick, how would I say? I don't know. I just don't follow certain people's lifestyles. It's a to each his own thing, It doesn't mean it has to be mine. You barely know English. What is he talking about? If you barely know English, I can't help you out. And there comes double chin. An atheist is a person who does not believe in the existence of any gods or deities. Where do I fall in on this? Atheist or well, I'm just I'm more of a guy that follows the scientific method. I believe something's there because I could see it, feel it, smell it, taste it, whatever. I can't believe. All right, somebody would counteract that statement by saying, and I've heard this before. Well, there's something called wind, and you can feel it on your skin, but you can't see it, but it's there. I've heard that before. There's truth to that. But beyond that, I can't believe in something just because there's a lot of people believe in it. Something they never met, never seen, and never will. It's like everybody waiting for aliens to come forward. Maybe they don't want to come forward, but you'd like to believe in aliens. There's no, I mean, I believe, although I've never seen them, but yes, you could believe in something you don't see. I'm not trying to contradict necessarily what I'm talking about, but I think when it comes to religion and believing there's a super deity out there, I'm just telling you how I look at things. I have an open mind about a lot of this stuff, actually, because there is stuff in the Bible that does have to do what we would call, they've changed the name now, UABs or something, but I don't know what it's called now, but we call them extraterrestrials. Simply meaning any kind of existence of life that, is not inherent on this planet. And then there's terrestrials too. There's extraterrestrials and there's terrestrials. There could be life forms on this planet that are right here on good old Mother Earth that don't live among us, or if they do a good job of disguising themselves. Maybe they've been here the whole time, underground, under the oceans, whatever it might be. Have an open mind. And I got an open mind about religion too. But here's the thing. I'm not trying to contradict myself in any way. But I mean, the thing is that and religion's a really tough topic to talk about on here because sometimes, you will offend somebody. But I get offended too by people trying to push their beliefs on me. But they never think of my position. It's their way or the highway. That's the thing I don't like. I support anything people do that's positive. If it does something good for their life, I support them. I don't have to follow their religion or even be religious. I'll support them. The only thing I don't like is just when they push it on me. That's the part I don't like. Are you talking about religion? I'm an Orthodox Jew. That's my contribution. Okay, no problem that you're an Orthodox Jew. Met many of them. I used to live in New York. Spend a lot of time in the city. There's a lot of Orthodox Jews there. I have no problem with their beliefs and their religion, and it's just not mine. But may I give you some advice? The one thing that a lot of very religious people do is they try to push their beliefs and religion on other people, and not everybody really feels comfortable with that. It's kind of like if you know the American expression, it's my way or the highway type of thinking. That if you don't believe in what I believe in, that you're unworthy, you're a third class citizen. Do you get my point on that? I have nothing against any, I don't care what you are, Muslim, Orthodox Jew, Catholic, Protestant, Seventh day Adventist, all that stuff. I'm happy if something that you believe in makes you happy. But the point is, I make to all religious people out there, respect other people's opinion too and what they believe in. It can't be like a one-way street. That's my point. Unfortunately, people push their religion on other people. You know, Seventh-day Adventist, you name it. People come to your doors, like the Jehovah Witnesses, too, trying to get you to believe in what they believe in. Oh, coming up to your door, knocking on your door. And some of them get kicked off. Oh, I won't get into that, but you can't. It's like people want to find a reason. They want everybody to believe in what they believe in, so they feel right about what they believe in. So they want everybody to follow their path in life and their religious beliefs so they can feel more confident in what they believe in. Because if everybody else believes in what you believe in, you feel more comfortable with yourself. And I mean, there's a lot of ways of looking at this, you know. Yeah. I am in Judaism. So, well, that's good. If you're not going out there preaching, I admire you for that. I admire you for that. That's very good. I like that. You know, you can believe in whatever you want to believe in, but I don't care whether it's for the religion or whether you believe in extraterrestrial life, whether I don't care what it is. You know, you don't have to go around forcing your beliefs on somebody else. That I always felt was wrong. Such as somebody pushing their own politics on somebody else. What we're creating is segregation. We're dividing people. And there's been religious wars ever since the beginning of man. You know, there's been, ever since there's been what we recognize as religion. How many wars, how many millions of people have died in the name of religion? Religious beliefs. If you don't believe in mine, then we're going to attack your country because you're infidels. You're infidels. You don't believe what we believe in. You don't deserve to live. We want to destroy you. It's my way or the highway thing again, see? You don't believe that we don't accept you in our life. And you could be the greatest person in the world, the most wonderful personality doing good things for the world. But we don't accept you because you don't believe in our religion. Come on, that's wrong. That is just seriously wrong. Okay, Alec. But most Jewish rabbis agree that if you are a good person, you can go to heaven whether you are in a religion or not. Well, that's a nice thing to believe. I actually like Jewish rabbis. I don't know why, but I do. They're characters, they really are. I guess what I'm saying, I mean, there's nothing wrong with believing in something. I think that's really important to believe in something. But unfortunately, we're so divided. I mean, if you don't agree with what they agree with, they just attack you. Like, for example, your opinions and stuff here on YouTube, you know? They don't agree with the things that you talk about, you know? And you get attacked for it. But that's a perfect example of what's going on in the world as it pertains to religion and politics. Everybody is so fucking divided. You can't have a nation of people. You can't have a world that's divided. It's not going to survive. And look what's happening around the world now. Come on, be real. Just be real about this. I realize we all can't believe in the same thing all the time, but, have like a compromise of sorts, a compromise. Or, try. Try. Sometimes you feel like you want to just bury your head in the sand. And sometimes I feel that way with all the shit that's going on in the world. Too many distractions, too many people fighting over this and that. not agreeing with everybody else. You don't have to agree with everything, with everybody. And I think you should be very vocal about certain things. I believe in that. If you don't believe it's right the way somebody is treating you or people you love, you do have a right to, you do have a right to vocalize about that. That's a little bit different. And people will have an opinion about you, me, and whatever all the time. And again, it's nothing wrong. I want to emphasize this with having your own opinion about something. There's nothing wrong with that at all, but base your opinion or formulate your opinion on some facts. You know, back it up is what I'm saying. Back up. But if you make an opinion that hurts other people, that's a whole nother story. Like you can't go around calling somebody a pedophile, and that's what happened with me, and somebody's in jail now because of it, and yes, it's a YouTuber. There's certain things you can say, and there's certain things that you cannot say. Because it could affect you in a very horrible way. The consequences. Okay, let's see, Alec. There's an example of that where I live, Israel. People in the Middle East are fighting because they don't want different people believing different things. Yeah, that's my point. There's always going to be religious wars. There's always. There always has been. I mean, it's not like, some Muslim says to a Jew, uh, hey, your son beat up my kid, that isn't right. We got to do something about this. Let's resolve this. But like what religion is that, hey, you're not a good person because you don't believe what I believe in. You know, your kid did wrong. Did he do wrong because he was Jewish or Muslim? What did he do? What was really the denominator of all this? I don't think I'm making myself very clear, actually. But you might get my point. I don't know. People are different, not just in religion. We got people that were born deformed, or they got into accidents. There's this one guy, he's all over the internet. I forgot his name, but this guy's amazing. He's got a big puffed up red face. This guy was burnt 80% of his body. And I see him on here a lot, not on YouTube. I mean, he's on to some feed. He wrote a book about his life, Yet he has a girlfriend. I don't know if she's with him anymore, but a supporting girlfriend. He's a good looking guy. Really a good looking guy before we got burned. I forgot how we got burned. He's got this big, kind of a chubby face. Kind of a little bit of, deforming looking, but fantastic person. Totally fantastic person. But we're so judgmental of people as what they look like and all that. They couldn't help being burned, but they're still a true character. They're still the same person. But visually, we look at people and we find fault. We all do. And I do that sometimes too. You could say that, well, Frank, okay, good one. Now, it's not that I make fun of people that are obese. I just talk about it and I say that there's no reason for that.
If you're suffering all these illnesses because of your obesity, is what I talk about, is that, you had something to do with this. That's my point. Did you not have something to do, for example, if you're obese? Now, you couldn't help, say, the way you were born, and if you were born with some deformity, or for some reason you developed, growing up, all these lipomas all over your skin, all these horrible lipomas, and it's really very disfiguring looking. You didn't ask for that. But you're going to be judged on it. People are going to look at you in a horrible way. And it's not your fault. But you have control of things in your life, is what I'm really trying to say. Such as, if you do eat more than you should, or, you got yourself in that position. That's what I'm saying. That I cannot feel sorry for people who have put themselves in that position, is what I'm saying. That there's absolutely no excuse for that at all. And then they develop heart disease and liver problems and all the great stuff that goes along with that. Yeah, I could make a judgment on that, not feel bad about it, because unless you have some kind of a glandular problem or something that's causing it, something biological, it has nothing to do with how much you eat necessarily. I'd say, okay, I understand that. But when somebody starts complaining, oh, I got heart disease, let me put a fund out there so they could pay for my fucking hospital bills for something that I caused. And we have somebody out there doing it right now. We don't have to mention names, but we know who it is. We know what they're doing. They caused their own problems. It was not the world at large that caused their problems. They caused their particular problem, which happens to be obesity. I didn't cause it. You didn't cause it. They caused it, all on their own. And now that their body is totally breaking down and they're half dead, oh, how did I get here? Why is this shit happening to me? You know why it's happening to you. Because you couldn't shut your fucking mouth. You couldn't stop feeding it with all the donuts and all the crap that you're putting in your mouth. What do you think is going to happen when you eat that way? What do you think is going to happen when your diet gets out of control? You're going to gain weight. Yes, that's what happens. You're going to gain weight. Duh. Oh, I'm sorry, Alec, I didn't read your... It depends on the context, because, for instance, if you are friends with somebody and they joke around about your appearance, but not in a way to outwardly hurt you, it's not bad unless you feel bad. Well, it's according to how you understand each other, how you get along. You joke around a lot, and they're not doing it to hurt your feelings. Like you have a big nose or something or whatever, people might make jokes about it, but they're doing it innocently. I mean, they're not doing it to totally attack somebody on that or a certain feature you have. I understand what you're saying, though. Yeah. Yeah. FP Crime says, like, Fazio had a bad thyroid. I don't know about that. I don't know anything about his thyroid problem. He had a lot of bad things. But see, you're in charge of your own future, and you're talking about Fazio. Well, he was in control, really was out of control, really, of his life, and he assumed too many things. He didn't get the help he needed. And even someone who's been very controversial, and I'll talk her name, it's Heidi on Philippines Antics. at least she admits, I have to give her credit, she don't deserve much, but that yes, I caused my own problems. She did. Now she's paying for it. Now, excuse me, you're paying for it. She don't want to pay for it in cash. She wants your money. So in other words, for the bad shit she done in her life, she wants you to pay for it. Pay for operation, but she's not getting any, that's the whole thing. But I don't really want to have to dwell on her. But I'm making a point that someone like herself, they put themselves in their own position. Now they want you, Joe Public, to pay for their mistakes. No. Alec. Yeah, I got a big nose too, but it's just a stereotype come true for me, though. Hey, I don't have a small nose. I'm Italian American. I definitely got a European nose. There's no doubt about that. But I could live with that. Some people think on me it's a good feature. On some people it is. Like Filipinos, they certainly don't have European type noses like mine. It's one of the first things they look at. They know you're European somehow, or whatever. By your nose. Because most Filipinos' noses are pretty small or kind of more flat. They're not so pronounced, So when they see somebody else, and of course European background, especially, they make note of that. I mean, that's one of the first things they see. Nothing wrong with a good nose. Gives you character. But they're going to criticize everything about you anyway. Like I'm eating my normal oatmeal I have in the morning. I have a routine a lot of people are familiar with. I make a certain kind of tea every morning. I don't ask everybody to do that. This is just my routine, what I do. You don't have to do what I do. But I'm not forcing people to drink like green tea and all the stuff I put in the morning and what I eat in the morning. I can't force anybody. I'll just tell you that I feel that it benefits me. And that's all that matters, is that it benefits me. They don't have to like what I do. They don't have to like what I talk about on my channel here. You're not obligated. You're not obligated at all. You can always tune out. Unfortunately, I can't speak much Italian. I know a few words here and there, but like I said, my dad, he knew Italian, his own dialect, and he used to talk to other Italian people in New York all the time in his language, but he never taught us kids growing up. Yeah, I wish that was different. Well, don't forget, my dad's parents were straight off the boat. They spoke Italian and not a whole lot of English. So he grew up with his parents that spoke Italian and English, his brothers and stuff, they spoke English, growing up in America. He had lots of sisters and a couple of brothers. One is a half brother. One just died about a year ago, made it over 100 years old. And yeah, they knew how to speak Italian. That's pretty cool. But remember, your parents spoke it. That's the whole thing. Your parents spoke it, so you know the language. That's the one regret. I kind of really wish my dad would have really spoken Italian around us too. Be a little more well-rounded, have another language to speak. The fact is, we can't have one. For example, maybe people in the world would like it if we all had one currency that is shared all over the world. No bots, nothing, no bots, and no euros. They now it's the euros. They did make a change in that in the past. Now it's euros, and you're. But if we all had one language, if we all had one currency, well, I'll never see that happening. Really, I don't think so. But to make things less confusing when you go to different countries. You know, same same kind of currency. That would be nice. And everybody spoke English. But what gives us better precedence, or well, why should we get preferential treatment for English? Why should everybody in the world speak English? But a lot of people have knowledge of English. It's not usually the other way around. Most countries, people have some ability to understand English, speak English, understand English. It's kind of a universal language, really, when you think about it. But it's not all like that. We'll be able to understand each other better. One spoken language. But that's not the situation. You can speak a little Italian, but my family was from Portugal and a little bit from Naples. Yeah, I think there's some Nablan in my family. But wait a minute, aren't you? Didn't you say you were? No, you're not Hasidic. Didn't you say you were? Uh, what was your nationality now? You said you were Jewish, didn't you? Alex says, I don't think that would be a good idea because if the currency crashed, you can't move anywhere. No, I never thought about that. If the currency crashed, you couldn't move anywhere. I don't know how that applies. Let's see. I didn't think that would be a good idea because it was okay. I think the Italian Jews have a different name. Yeah, there are Italian Jews, aren't there? Look, my point is that I can't emphasize this enough, really. Believe in what you believe in, and you should. And what you believe in is not always going to be what somebody else believes, but I think both sides have to respect each other. Okay? So, a person like myself, who actually was brought up Catholic, I went to the whole schmeal. I communion, confirmation, baptism, communion, confirmation, religious instruction, catechism, they called it. What was it? Catechisms. I went through all that because that's what New York Italian kids of Italian descent. Now, my parents weren't born in Italy; they were born in New York. But you know, my father's parents were definitely off the boat from Italy. My mother's side, no. I don't know about my grandfather though, because he died at a young age on my mother's side. I never got to know him. Where he was originally from, I don't know. If he was born in America, Italian, but I don't know much history on him at all. Too bad. I would have liked to. But definitely on my father's side, yeah, they were direct from Italy. But yeah, believe in what you want to believe in is what I'm trying to say, but respect other people's beliefs too. You don't have to practice what other people believe, just respect it, that's all. I think that's all I expect, but not to jump on me because I don't believe in any kind of organized religion. It's my right, unless that's being taken away from me too. That's my point. But don't be on the attack of somebody because they don't practice some kind of organized religion, because that's wrong. We're all humans after all. We bleed the same. Then, of course, skin color has always been something that's big. If you're not white, you're not all right. That's people have that attitude. I'm with a woman. She's not considered white, Caucasian. She's Filipina. Her color of her skin is radically different than mine. I'm really light skinned for an Italian, actually. My family always been light skinned. My brother and my sister, they were light skinned too. Blue eyes, in fact, I got blue eyes. And so did my brother and sister. Southern Italians usually quite brown. Well, Sicilians, we've talked about that before, they don't even want to be called Italians. Don't call us Italians, we're Sicilians. But they are Italians, okay? But it's insulting to them. They don't want to be called Italians. And there's so many languages or so many dialects in Italy that a lot of Italians don't even understand each other. Same here in the Philippines. There's different dialects, whatever, here in the Philippines, different languages. God, I forgot how many they said there were. So it makes me wonder how anybody communicates with each other at all out here in the Philippines. There's so many different languages spoken out here. But like in Italy, okay, the Sicilians, um, they pretty much were brought over to Italy from Africa. They got African roots. And a lot of people might get insulted saying that, hey man, you're part black. Well, they are, if you're a Sicilian. They may not like hearing that, and some may not mind it at all, don't mind their roots at all. But if you want to think about it, I think all of us historically come from Africa, really. I think that's the birth of civilization, whether it was Olduvai Gorge, Lucy, remember Lucy? They found what they thought at the time was the oldest living ancestor of modern day man. They called her Lucy. And Lucy was found in the Olduvai Gorge. Yeah, I know a little about that stuff. Little anthropology, not much. So we all could have been dark skinned at one time. And we're all Africans, perhaps. If you were born along the Euphrates River or something, I mean, everything has an origin. Let's just put it that way. Yet everybody's making judgments on each other on their skin color. Oh, she's home. Alec. The same with a lot of Portuguese and Spanish Jews. Didn't want to be called Spanish or Portuguese because a lot of those countries didn't treat us very well, and we have a different language. And here comes somebody with Free Iran. I guess they want to introduce some politics on here. I don't want to get into that, Free Iran or whatever. I'm not pro-America and all this shit that's going on. I'm not pro-Iran. I'm not pro-Iraq. I'm just I'm neutral on all this shit. I'm just sitting back listening to all the shit that's going on. I take a neutral position. I'm not for Israel. I'm not against Israel. I'm not for Iran. I'm not against the Iranian people. There's still people. There's still people who have dreams just like we do. They have families they want to take care of. Innocent people are being killed in all this fighting that's going on. That's what's important thing, that people are being killed. Targets, schools, things like that. That's not right. Innocent children being killed over some grown-ups political fucking wars. As Rodney King said, why can't we all just get along? But that's just never going to happen. We're not all going to get along here on YouTube either. That's not going to happen. You kind of care about it because I live in the war zone. And where exactly are you living right now? Are you in Israel, you said? Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I've always gotten along. When I grew up in New York, I've always gotten along with the Jews. I've dated a few. They were surprisingly more promiscuous than other women that I've dated for some reason. Um, but yeah, I had never had problem with Jews. I never ever had problem. And I never knew a Jew that was pushing their religion on me. If I think back, I can't remember any Jewish person, whether they was Hasidic or whatever they were. I never ever remember any of those group of people that ever pushed their religion, because it's forbidden to do that. Well, I'll tell that to the Jehovah's Witnesses. And by the way, how many gods are there? What is your belief in Israel? How many gods are there? There's Allah. Everybody has their own God. How many gods are there supposed to be? I don't, And let's say there is a God out there. Is there one God? How many gods are there? The Mayans had their own gods, Okay? You know, Muslims their own gods. I mean, explain that to me as best as you can. Yeah, you believe in one God. Yeah. But there's different religious groups that say their God is not the same. Our God is the best God. That's where it gets confusing. Well, okay, let's narrow this down. It's good to have a belief in something, and it may not be everybody else's belief, but you have to respect other people's beliefs, expect them to respect yours. And unfortunately, that doesn't happen. We have wars, religious wars throughout history, okay? And we have political wars over what party you belong to. I mean, it's just ridiculous. We're all people, we're all human, and we all have faults, every single one of us. It's who we are. But you don't have to kill or go after other countries because they don't have your religious belief, and calling people infidels and all that stuff. You don't believe in what they believe in. They're an infidel. There's always a label to somebody, always a label. But actually, the ancient Jews thought there were a lot of gods. Oh, really? Well, I didn't know that. I have absolutely nothing against Jewish people. And you know, like where let me tell you what this thing about greed comes in when they stereotype Jews. What people don't understand is that a lot of the Jewish population are very successful people in business. But there's a reason for that. During the Nazi regime with Hitler and all that, Jews and Polish Jews and anybody who was Jewish, they were persecuted. Everything was taken away from them. All their belongings, their artwork, their treasured family photos, even their gold teeth were taken away from them. They were stripped of their rights as a human. Okay? So the Jews became strong. Everything was taken away from them, and they wanted to rebuild their lives and history. And they became successful business people. And a lot of Jews do have money. It's true. And some people say they're greedy. Well, to a certain point, yes. But you have to think about their history, why they're greedy, if you want to stereotype them as that. They don't want anything to be taken away from them anymore. And tell me if you agree with me, the guy from Israel here. Tell me if you agree with me. Let me read your cinema. Well, actually, the stereotype is from the fact that a lot of us were banned from doing anything else other than banking. So we just got very good at it. Yeah. But I think a lot of what I said plays into it too. You were stripped down naked to nothing, and everything that was precious to you that was taken away from you, you know? And you want to get back your dignity. And you made a promise to yourself that I'm going to take care of my family. Nobody's going to strip us naked anymore. You know, I'm going to become a good businessman. I'm going to take care of my family. And they did. And most successful people in the world are indeed Jewish. It's not a bad thing to be successful, but it all has to do with history. They don't want another. They don't want another injured and taken away from the only country they have, and that's why they refuse to listen to their neighbors. John Marston, we're talking about a lot of different things, John. They don't want another injured. I don't know. Warfare, weaponry, that's what's going to kill us all, be our demise. You know somebody's going to hit that button sooner or later. You know? I'm not taking sides either. I told you, I'm very neutral. I have nothing against Israel. I have nothing against Iran. I don't have anything against all these people at all. I don't know them personally. They never harmed me or my family personally. You know, I'd like to take like kind of a Switzerland kind of neutrality to this, you know. They didn't harm me or my family. But I understand that if missiles are coming toward the country you live in, like you're in the United States, you're going to want to protect yourself, of course. But how did it start in the first place? Why are missiles coming to your country? Why are you sending missiles to somebody else's country? Nobody understands what the fuck they're doing. The Vietnam War, for example, we had no right to be there. You know, people were fighting a battle, and unfortunately, a lot of Americans and allies were getting killed in the process. Because the Vietnamese and Viet Cong, they knew what they were doing. It was their territory. It was their turf. They could hide in trees and not be seen. They were very talented in what they did. But, you know, they're like anybody else. You know, they had families, children that they loved. But it's the radicals that's the problem. The thing I didn't like with any group of people, I don't care who you are, Vietnamese during that time, or in any modern day warfare in the Mideast, when you're going to use your children as a tool, that's where I'll say something. They put kids out there with bombs on them, okay? And they did that in Vietnam too. And one of the ways that Americans or allies could figure out whether this kid was carrying a bomb or not is if they could actually see their hands if they were that close. Because if they did not have you know, how do I say this? Rugged hands or blisters. They weren't working the fields. They weren't farm kids. So if they had clean hands, there was something to that. That they were carrying a bomb. That was one way they knew by the child's hands. But to go that low, and I don't care what religion you're in, but to use innocent children, there's two parts to this actually. To use innocent children to sacrifice themselves with a bomb to kill other people, that says a whole lot about the people who did that. A whole lot. John Marston is a good character from the Red Dread Redemption. I don't know anything about that. I'm generally anti-war, unless it's conditioned where the war, it's war or nothing else, like with people who want your country gone. Mick says, I see the big man got a flight out. Who cares? Let it crash. I don't care about the big man. We're not talking about the big man. Talking about some important shit here, man, which I think all of us should address. We know we're not, the only way, and you see it on science fiction movies, and I'm not joking, the only way the world is going to come together, and you might agree with me, is that if there's a worldwide natural disaster and that everybody has to come together for the same purpose of our survival as a species, that is when you're going to see people come together because they have to. I mean, we cohabitate the same space as Russians in the space stations, don't we? The two people of the same interest, despite their politics. How many missions are in a space station where Americans have spent their mission with Russian scientists and other, with cosmonauts? And for the sake of science, they got together for a common cause. We could all do that. We could all do that. But it's just like those sci-fi movies you watch. They're pretty real. That's why I watch them, because they do depict, or basically to kind of prepping you in a way for the reality of certain natural or unnatural disasters. It's kind of training wheels for the real thing, Like people go for training in boot camp in preparation for war, so they know how to fight and what to do. There's always a preparation. And I think a lot of these disaster movies and sci-fi, they're right on, man. But the only way that this world is going to come together, no matter what religion you are, no matter what the color of your skin is, or what your beliefs are politically, is that if we're all in this together, okay? Let's get another, make up an example of something here. You're at war, but you find yourself trapped in some cave or something with your enemy, okay? But you all got to find yourself a way out, and you need each other for that. I don't know, some structure, you were fighting in a structure, it collapsed or whatever. I don't know, whatever. I'm just using some scenario just to make a point. You're going to utilize each other's talents and help and body strength to do whatever you can to get out of that area, to go breathe air and see daylight again. It ain't going to matter what their nationality is or their political beliefs. People will come together when it comes to survival. And that's the one thing we all have in common, is we want to survive no matter what it takes. So if some big natural disaster came up with the environment, magnetic forces, whatever might be going on, the radiation going out of with the ozone level, radiation hitting the, I mean, put it this way, or an alien invasion. Okay, let's say an alien invasion. People all over the world, despite being different religiously, politically, or whatever, radicals, they're all going to come together for a common cause. Okay. Well, this already happened when the ozone layer tore, and sadly, right after that, everything went back to fighting each other again. No, we're not at that point yet. No, we are getting there, though. It's going to take a huge natural disaster to wake people up. You got to understand how people normally think. They want to get up, go to work. Everything's standardized, everything is routine. Young people, looking to get laid. It's all that's on their mind. They're oblivious to what's going on around them. Well, they got to get up. They follow the alarm clock, get up, go to work, do what you have to do, take a piss, shit, shower, shave, eat breakfast, go to work, kiss the lady on the cheek, and pat their kids on the head. See you tonight when I get home for dinner. Make sure you have my dinner on the table, ma'am. I sure will. We become a product of routine, of habit, creatures of habit. And some people are very oblivious to what's going on in the world around them. They'd rather fight with each other like here on YouTube, which is so totally ridiculous. I've always found it to be ridiculous. When so much is going on in the world, and it might be going on in their own little world at home, but YouTube will take precedence over anything. Let's attack somebody. Everybody's on the attack mode, on and off social media. We've separated socializing with phones. Kids are not really hanging around with each other. I grew up, they grew up at the malt shop or something, or they'd all meet, I don't know, schoolyard. Me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Right, Julio Rodriguez? Um, it was so different. Now it's the electronic age, with communications, we got cell phones. We're destroying the one-to-one thing. People being one-to-one, being close enough to smell each other's breath, bad or not. The Arabs are actually a very interesting nation because, and I said a little anthropology on this, the Arabs are one group of people who it's an honor and it's expected that when you're speaking to somebody, you're speaking to them close up, enough to smell their breath, whether it's bad or not. Arabs do that. And people, for example, from Norway, they do the opposite. They have to be a certain distance. If you walk closer to them to talk, they will just, automatically, they will move back. They will need their space. But Arabs, as an example, whether you like Arabs or not, I'm using them as an example. It's not just the Arabs, but they take pride and culturally and with their space. They like to be up in front of each other's face when they talk. They're not afraid to approach somebody. Bad breath or not, that's what Arabs do. What's that, Alex? Well, this already happened when the ozone layer. Okay. It did actually happen in May 1985. Well, it's not going to get any better with the ozone. When that happens, all the radiation is going to come through. So, I'm kind of an older dude in my age and all that. And hopefully I'm not going to be around to see all the terrible things happening, but I'm seeing a lot of it happen right now. Arctic ice melting, so many things are being affected by it. Food chains, all kinds of shit's going on. When certain species die, it affects other species. We're all interconnected. A lot of people don't realize that. We're all interconnected in some way. The chain of life, Sorry about the dog in the background, It turned out to be an interesting show after all. See, we could talk about, with great respect, we can talk about religion on here with respect. And that's all I've shown on here was respect. You know, and that's the way it should be. Some of us might think some religions are really weird the way they dress. Some of the Hasidic, their attire, you know, the way they wear their hair. It's, you know, it's a cultural religious thing, and some people make fun of it. Oh, come on, dogs. I probably will cuss. I'm 16. Oh, you're only 16, dude. So I'll be around when the earth gets even worse. Yeah, you will. Hate to tell you that. And you may want to consider not having children, too, because you don't want to bring children into this evil world. I didn't know you're that young. Yeah. You seem to be awfully wise for a person. You know these dates, May 1985, just happened in May. For a 16-year-old, you seem to be very educated. Yeah, well, I don't want to be around when all that happens. I mean, these things are happening now. But nobody seems to care. That's why the planet is doomed. And unfortunately for the scientists and politicians on Earth, I don't think we have time. They want to build bases on other planetary structures out there, whether it's the moon or Mars or whatever. But I think it's a bit too late. Now, technology, we're not there yet. And I just think it's too late. I think there's going to be world destruction well before they could actually colonize another planet. And it takes too long to get to Mars unless you can find some fucking wormhole or something. It just takes too long. I know they got the Mars probes and all that, but how long does it take a probe to get to Mars? How many years? I don't know. But Mars would be one of the likely places. Think of the expense of that too. How do you get all that equipment to Mars to build structures on there that's going to house people and provide needed oxygen and sustenance? It has to be a pretty big project because you're going to have to grow fruit and vegetables. They said that you could create an atmosphere on a planet that doesn't have any. And I've heard this, that if you actually, believe it or not, introduce the pollution of our planet to another planet that doesn't have an atmosphere, that will create an atmosphere, and it develops from there. I know that sounds insane, but it's really not. And scientists talked about that. Greenhouse gases, all that shit, to be introduced to another planet. It will create an atmosphere over time. I know it sounds bizarre, and I'm not being very eloquent in explaining it because I can't be, but I did read about that. They said you can create atmosphere on any planet and develop oxygen. You could bring life to a planet by doing some crazy things that you normally would think would hurt a place, but there's a science to this, and I'll be damned if I could explain it very well. But I have the idea of what they're saying, but I don't totally understand it, Anyway, it's been a pretty good rap session. And you're pretty intelligent. What's your name? Alec? Alec. You're pretty intelligent for 16. So, in summary, can we all get along together? I don't think we could. I think it would take an act of Mother Nature or otherwise to bring, like you see it on sci-fi, and the world comes together. We all had one goal, and we didn't care about religion anymore. We didn't care about politics anymore. None of that shit. Who had a bigger nose than the other? Who looked funny or dressed funny? I mean, everybody came together as a community, one community, and they fought the enemy, which could have been an alien, or they all came together to fight the environment because they had to. You see, you're breathing in air every day. You're not thinking about anything. You're not thinking about how bad the environment can get. For example, if a volcano or something is spewing out too much CO2, you're getting some CO2 from underground somewhere, whatever, or too much methane is coming out of the ocean or from another source, and you can't breathe well because of that, then you're going to care because you have to breathe, or else you're going to die. So collectively and collaboratively, all nations are going to come together to make sure we have air to breathe, try to get rid of the cause, whether it's fossil fuel, no matter what it might be, come together for one cause. And I think that's what's going to happen if it's really not too late. Okay, with that being said, we're almost at the 2 hour mark. Thank you for an interesting show. I appreciate it. Oh, Alex says something else. I Googled it. You are actually correct. The atmosphere came from massive CO2 in this world. So if you introduced a lot of CO2 into another world, it could make another atmosphere. Yeah, we were both in the right direction on this. Yeah. Yeah, we can create. Scientists know they could. And all they really need to do is to get a base station out there and they could work on the rest. You know, yeah, we could. Basically, we could create another atmosphere. And I think the scientists have all figured out. They got it all figured out. So, in other words, we could colonize another planet, but it would take a long time for it to happen. And eventually, we'd have plants and trees growing, and forests, and wonderful, like a new untouched world. Wouldn't that be great? An untouched world, generally untouched by man prior. But let's face it, humans are humans. They'll turn another planet into the same planet they left and they destroyed on their own. Same shit's going to happen. Crime, everything else. I mean, you're not going to stop humans from being humans. No matter where you go, there you are, right? No, my girlfriend has her couple of friends are talking outside or something, whatever. I don't know. My dogs is just reactive to anybody that's here, unless they know them real well. Let me see. Oh, they see kids playing outside. They always bark at some kids if they're playing outside or something. Let's go out and investigate. Ah. Girls, what are you barking at? Girls, what you barking at? Oh, they're sitting on the side of the house over here, the girls. What are they barking at? Your friends?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay, who's there? Oh, where are they?
They go now.
Oh, they gone already. Okay, how's your little coffee clash? Okay, that's what they were barking. They had just left. Okay. All right, you girls finished barking now. You got your activity for today. Did they eat yet?
No.
All right, I'll probably put something together. I want to put some stuff in their meal. I want a special brew. Okay, where were we? Okay, I don't mind having talks like this because we're being very open. And it's good to share your own values and thoughts and all that. But I think we got this deep into it because we all have our own beliefs, and we don't always share our beliefs, and we're asking probably too much to have everybody, think the same way you do. But that's what makes us individuals. But people coming together for a common cause. I mean, just like with Trump, there's even people in the Republican Party who are now against him because you got a madman that's running the United States and trying to ruin the world. He's creating wars when everything was relatively quiet. Oh, I stopped 8 wars, he says. No, you're starting 8 wars. When somebody needs to be ousted, then they need to be ousted. Now, okay, the Ayatollah was not the greatest person in the world. Even their own people over there were rejoicing on that. It's fear. People base their lives on fear. Just like people will fear Trump because they don't want to be dead, they don't want to lose their jobs or whatever. Fear. Hitler was the same thing, Mussolini, it goes all the way down the line. Genghis Khan, for that sake. I mean, it's fear. You put fear into people, they're going to show you a false respect if their whole livelihood is going to be affected. To instill fear on people is taking control of people. That's what the governments want. They want to control the people. Things have changed so radically in the United States. It's just unbelievable. If people have a common cause, in which everybody should, no matter what your religion is, color your skin, what country you were born in, we learn first of all things from our parents. Let's not forget that. If you've grown up with some really screwball parents, you're probably going to be a screwball. You will adhere to their beliefs, basically. Because that's your biggest influence is your parents. You're allergic to dogs. Well, so am I, but I got two. I'm allergic too. Yeah, copycat channel. Copy this, because this is a pretty damn good show. By all means, copy it. There's just an example of our sick society. Let's face it, we have to live with all kinds of people on this earth. But isn't it nice when you could pick a little niche, you find a little place on this planet where you're happy and you're away from all the crazy shit going on. It's not going to mean it's going to stop all the outside forces, happening in other countries and all that. But you don't have to be part of it. In my dusty little island, it's my sanctuary, is what it is. You make it your sanctuary. The church could be your sanctuary too. Whatever's your sanctuary, you go for it. Like I don't want to ever live in big cities again, And I didn't. Prior to being here, I was on an island in Hawaii in a semi-rural, really, area. I wasn't in a big city. And it was comfortable, But every place you go has its own set of problems, so, unfortunately. Welcome to humanity. Is the earth going to survive? Well, I don't want to be a pessimist. I think we've reached a point where we may not be able to turn things around. Everything from ozone layers to, and which you don't really, maybe not aware of, that there's one possibility which would be a major disaster. It's called methane gas. And methane gas, there's a lot more of it being introduced in the atmosphere, and actually from the ocean too. You see bubbles popping off, bubbling out from the bottom of the ocean. That's methane gas, and if you had any idea, you'd be in awe of of how much methane gas is being produced. And if that breaks loose, and there's so much methane in the air, you say like as a joke, cows fart a lot and it's all methane gas, they actually are contributing to the pollution, believe it or not. So are we if you fart a lot. But especially cows, but actually the oceans, and it's not just the oceans, but a lot of it is on the bottom of the oceans, decomposed material. I mean, it's just from millions of years built up. And just like a volcano could arise from something, so could the methane gas. And if something did happen, there was such a huge release of methane gas that goes into our atmosphere, we wouldn't survive. You couldn't light a match. Don't worry about no smoking zones. I mean, that's all it would take. All our atmosphere would go up in one ball of fire. Great balls of fire. Methane is an ongoing problem. There are pockets of methane all throughout the oceans. And don't forget the oceans make up like 70% of the Earth's surface, right? Something like that anyway. My science may not be totally correct, but if you had anywhere, it could be one spot in the world where you've had such a great release of all that stored up methane gas, and not just from the ocean. It doesn't have to be in the ocean, but the ocean is one big source. Well, we already know that it's releasing gas, these little bubbles that come up. It is believed that, well, if you want to believe in this theory, they talked about the Bermuda Triangle. And one of the theories was that small boats or something, for example, that they claimed disappeared, was that the methane gas, they went over an area where a lot of methane gas was popping out, and that created a suction that actually brought these ships down. That's not far from the truth, really. That could actually happen. Can a huge cruise liner be brought down? If there's enough methane gas bubbling up, perhaps it could actually happen, which might explain a few things about the so-called Bermuda Triangle, some of the mysteries of that. That might be one of them. But you gotta have an open mind about that. But the balance of life right now, it's very delicate with the ongoing pollution and pushing fossil fuels, pushing coal, like Trump wants to push coal only because he has investments in the industry, is why he's trying to revive failed, not failed, but former, mines and factories for producing coal as an alternative energy, which has been used for centuries. But because there's money involved and he's seeing dollar signs, he wants to revitalize the coal industry greater than it is as this alternative fuel. Cheap to buy, cheap to use, but unfortunately, look what happened in places like London and places like that during that time when everybody was using coal to heat everything, to heat their homes and whatever, cook with, whatever. Coal was widely used. And I'm using England as an example, London, to narrow it down, where it got so bad, them using coal. And then you had this inversion level going on with the atmosphere that kept everything down. Any greenhouse gases, anything. And the fumes from the coal. People were developing asthma left and right. People were dying from asthma and lung issues. It was no much different than working in a coal mine itself. How people used to get black lung disease, but that was happening in London and other places. And they were using coal on a daily basis for heat and other cooking and other purposes. And the streets got so polluted, and the It's just a big cloud. And that was bad enough, but then when you got what we call an inversion level, when everything in the atmosphere was kind of brought down lower, like pollution, you'll see, for example, pollution, when you actually could see it at walking level, sometimes there's like an inversion level that goes on, and you'll be able to actually see the pollution, the car fumes. That's from an inversion. The air is being kept low, and you're able to actually visualize the actual pollutants. And you can usually see it from a distance. You look out on a big cityscape from a distance, and you'll be able to see all that, like in Los Angeles and all that. You know, go up out in the hills somewhere, and you look out at the city of Los Angeles, and you're going to see that whole veil of pollution, as you would in New York and other places like that. You know, what's that? In England in the 1800s, they couldn't see the sky because of the amount of the coal they were using. Yeah, that's my point. And I didn't read all your comments. To be fair, people said that hundreds of years ago in World War One. They said it in the 60s when everyone was pointing nukes at each other. Yeah. I got a rat too. No, you mean that clicking sound? You think like it's a rat in a cage or something? I'm assuming that's what you mean. No, I got a fan here. It's hitting against something in there. A rat. Good one. We never thought about that. You have a rat? No. We got some rats on here, but we don't have any rats here. Hey, even rats deserve their freedom. I wouldn't put a rat in a cage either, you know? As much as I wouldn't put a bird in a cage.
You get my bird.
You ain't getting no birds.
Yeah.
No birds. No birds in a cage.
Little African lover.
A bird was meant to fly, my dear. Not to be put in a gilded cage.
Somebody taught that bird, six pieces bird.
Cool. Someone has 6 birds, you said?
No,
What
diba
do you-
I get bird here,
Yeah.
and they put there in Lovely's house. They become 11. So somebody robbed 6 birds.
Someone robbed her, the birds?
6 pieces.
What's wrong with people?
Hmm?
Anything for money, man.
You know how much the
Yeah, I know these birds.
the bird
yeah.
for par 5,000.
Yeah, certain birds could be expensive.
5,000 that one. A male and female. So 6 pieces. So 15,000.
Yeah, I guess when you need money, you need money. But to steal people's birds, come on now, you know? Yes, it sounds like a
It's
rat in a
my
cage. You have a rat? Oh my God.
It's my bird.
Hey, rats are cute, you know, domestic ones. I mean, look at what is it? India?
They eat the rat.
No, not just that. No. And I think in India, you see rats climbing all over people like they were pets. And these are disease-carrying creatures, too. It's amazing to see that and know that. Rats roam all over the city. They're in temples. They're in everywhere. Just people sit down and they feed the rats. The rats are crawling all over them. It's kind of I don't know if it's kind of a religious belief or something. Just like, you know, people would eat cows, you know. But rats, the least likely thing that you would think anybody would want as a pet, or not go around killing the population of rats, which, you know, caused the plague in the past. But people don't think about that. But cultures are different. They have a different way of thinking. Whether you want to tie it into religion or not, whatever suits your case. But yeah, I could not see being inundated by a bunch of rats and then feeding them on top of that in the streets. There's a lot of disease that comes from rats. We know that. We've always known that. The plague. Let's not forget the plague. Oh yeah, they are very smart. There goes Mike with Biggie again. You got to get off this guy. Frank, I'm absolutely bewildered how the big E man is walking around London vilifying you and me. You would think he would tone it down after the last few days. Well, you know, like I said all the time, people have a lot of mental issues, man. You're not going to resolve their issues no matter how hard you try, Miko. No one said people were perfect, and some people are less perfect than others, you know. Everyone has their, what I call issues and tissues. Like I said, Miko, it's like talking to, unfortunately for those that are horribly autistic, as a good example, you're not necessarily going to get through to somebody who's has that kind of a situation going, whether they're autistic or mentally retarded, special needs, whatever you want to call them, the proper way, because you got to watch everything you say, label people the right way, or else they get offended. There's certain things we can change, and there's certain things you can't change in this world. And people like Miko, you're not going to change them. And you gotta pretty much resolve yourself to that point that they will try to get away with whatever they want to get away with, and they will continue to do so as long as you allow them. It's the thing is, Mako, I've been telling you the whole time. We're way over 2 hours now, but that's okay. You have to put that shit aside, you know, because that's exactly what they want you to respond to that. They're controlling you, is what's going on. That's what I'm saying. They're controlling you, and you are allowing them to control you. That's what you're doing. Don't fall into that trap, because I'm telling you, that's exactly what it is. It's a trap you're falling into. And we've all fallen. I've done it myself. I've fallen into a lot of traps. But after a while, you wake up and say, what the fuck am I doing? You know? He wants to get a response from you. I agree with you. I don't think he's a nice person at all. I don't think he's a nice human. I don't find anything respectable about anything that this guy does, socially and otherwise. I just, no, he's not my favorite person either, never will be. I despise the guy as much as you do. But if you think I'm going to be able to change him, to stop him from talking about me or you or anybody else, that ain't going to happen. I assure you. These also comes from squirrels, and we don't hate squirrels. There's nothing you can do about it, Nico, except to ignore it. You don't seem to want to listen to me. So I don't know what to tell you anymore, man. He wants to get to you, and he's doing exactly a fantastic job. Hey, man, I got channels devoted to me, okay? I got channels that's devoted to me, okay? And look at the way I handle it. Because I don't care. They want to get reactions from me. That's what they want. Just don't react that much, you know. Just write them off in your mind. Write them off. And your life will be a lot better, I assure you. I'm gonna make an omelet here or something. Hold on. No milk, no milk, no milk. Okay, well. Okay, I think I'm gonna wind things down here. Just calm down, boys. Calm down, you know? Calm down. Don't let these people get at you like that, man. Because that's when you know you're giving them what they want. And do you really want to do that? I mean, honestly. Why bother? You're just, aggravating yourself And you're allowing them to achieve exactly that. Why do you want that? I guarantee you he'll continue to mention you in every show he puts on, or find the time to actually do it. Yeah, you agree and you say very true, but you still want to talk about him because you're letting him get to you. I hate to tell you that, but you're allowing him to get to you. You know the guy's a creep. You know the things that he's doing wrong in life, but that's his gig. You know what I mean? Everything catches up to people. You got to understand that and realize that it all catches up to people sooner or later, man. It always does. It always does. Trust me on that. We see it happening all over YouTube in different ways. They'll get their moment. They probably have numerous times already. It all just happened naturally. Shit, catches up with people sometimes. And it will. Don't worry about it. They might even croak and you never have a problem with them again. Think about that. You already know the person is overweight, they're really tall, and they eat crap food. Well, if you don't fit that description, you got something over his head already. It's not going to be around forever, okay? It's not going to be around forever. That's a guarantee. Just like Fazio wasn't around forever. He was a real bastard. He was a real bastard. He's gone. He's not here anymore, along with some other people who I think were really bastards too. A lot of some people you don't know the history on here. Time takes its toll. So, was it Stevie Wonder song? Who was it? Don't you worry about a thing. Don't you worry about a thing. Da, da. Don't worry about it, man. You shall prevail. You shall prevail. Trust me, you will. One way or the other. I've seen it happen right here on YouTube. Okay. Hold on, folks. Just made her a nice little omelet. Oh, the rest is for the dogs. I gotta make a special meal for the dogs because special supplements I want to put in it. Alrighty, folks, we had a pretty interesting show this morning. I think as we usually do, actually. Not bad. For a young man, if you say you're 16, you seem to be very knowledgeable. If you are indeed a young man of 16 years old, and everything you said is true, you've got a good insight into things. There's hope for you. There's hope for you. Oh, I didn't make anything special in the omelet. This is just a cheese omelet, that's all. Something was just thrown together. I could have even put cream cheese in there too if I wanted, but I didn't. But no, I don't make an elaborate omelet with tomatoes and onions and all that shit. This is a basic cheese omelet. That's all. And if I had the time and planned it out, I could make it more elaborate. But I don't put ham because I don't really eat pork, and onions are too heavy on my system. So I don't know. I keep it light. Keep it light and right. Anyway, I'm going to enjoy my little omelet here. I already had my oatmeal. So I'll let you guys go so I can enjoy my meal. I made a little more for the dogs. I'm going to put in there special. And when you put soy sauce on your egg, okay.
You didn't put salt.
No, I didn't put salt in here. You could have if you want.
Spicy.
Oh, oh yeah. That's right. I didn't think about that. Yeah, peppers go wonderful with eggs, with an omelet. Yeah, if I had, yeah, that would have been great. You're right. Didn't think about that. Okay, folks. And Miko, stop. Come on, man. Seriously. You guys are in an ongoing battle. I've been in a battle for 10 fucking years, you know? What now? What now? Huh? Oh, bottles. I got one. 1, 2, 3, 1. Water guy. And the water man. Well, we go through water like water. It's amazing how much water we consume here. Well, dogs, cooking meals, all that. Anyway, if you want to see a repeat of this show, you can come back, you listen to it. You can go to the Copycat channel. Yes, they do this shit. I know. You don't have to say anything. I understand what you guys are thinking. I actually do. But, you know, some people have kind of time on their hands. They got that time on their hands. Makes you wonder who could have that much time on their hands to do what they're doing. It's pathetic, I know. Don't have to convince me. Okay, what did I need? All right, I gotta get out of here, or I'm never going to get out of here. All right, guys, thanks for tuning in. I think, as usual, we had a pretty good show. And thank you for tuning in. Right now, I got to take care of my dog's needs after I took care of mine. Special stuff I have to put in their dish. It takes a little bit of concentration. We'll catch you all. Be good, guys. Be good. Yeah, I know. I'm dreaming. Just be happy you have me here to educate you and to remind you that we are all one big community. Maybe at large, maybe against each other, but I think some of the things I talk about here are necessary and they're very vital. Open your hearts, open your mind, and try to learn. And I don't have the answers to everything going on in this world, and I never will. It's just never going to happen. However, try to go through your life with an open mind and don't be part of the cattle of society. Is the best advice. If I'm going to give advice reluctantly, is the best thing you could possibly do. Be your own person. Sing your own special song. We out of here. Good day.
$88 Walmart air conditioner under my arm, and I'm gonna go sell them air conditioners, okay? Okay, little Mikau and Frank.
Howdy, folks. Let's see who shows up here. Howdy, folks. Howdy. Howdy, folks. Well, I think two topics, really, actually, two topics. Get a couple of people on board. Get on board, everybody, get on board. Get on board, we're beginning a show. Get on board. Howdy, folks. Oh, God. Okay. Well, where do we start here? I'm going to let hang out a little bit here till a few people show up here. I hate repeating myself, but you can always see my show on the Copycat channel anyway. But you know what's the difference, right? Okay, you know. Some people are just so absolutely arrogant. That's their demise, that they're so arrogant. We got the shoe salesman out there trying to sell fucking air cons and air filters to bigger markets. But the truth is, on an average level, I mean, I don't have state-of-the-art air cons here in my house. They're not state-of-the-art. Well, they are for what they are. They're not window mounted. And they got a pretty good filter in there too. Here's the thing about AC. They either work or they don't. Their job is to cool down the room. So would you rather spend $20, $30, $40,000 on an air conditioning system or get something that's basic and works? You know? As far as air filtration, as long as it's rated at 13 on a HEPA filter, that's all you need. The rest is just hype from these bogus salespeople that try to get institutions and stuff to spend mega bucks on something where they probably don't really have to spend. I think if even in the offices of a building, all they need is a stand-up HEPA filter, at least a standard of 13 would be the rating on there. And their offices are lovely. They don't have to spend hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Each office could have a very inexpensive, yes, if it's from Walmart, that's fine too. This is where all the hype is with these businesses, you know. Shit. You know, I got a decent filter, a dust filter in my air conditioners. Take it out, you clean it up, you put it back in. It takes out the majority of any kind of dust and whatever that's floating through the air, so it doesn't clog up your AC. Besides having to clean your AC out now and then with water, not just the filters, but you know, the filtration system in an air conditioner, Samsung or whatever brand you buy out here, Fetters, Samsung or whatever, they get the job done. It's all a hype. Our air conditioners and filters are premium, top rated. Well, every company says that too. What are they going to tell them? We got the shittiest products on the market. And they pay these goobers to go different places to try to sell a product that, you know, only corporations would spend that kind of money on that stuff. But, you know, even simple-minded people could figure out that they don't need an expensive system to do basic filtration of pollen and dust and contaminants in a room. And you don't need a couple $100,000 whatever air conditioning system throughout your house to cool your house down or your business. You don't need that. You don't need that. Well, you could centralize it. You heard of centralized heating and air conditioning. Sure, we have one source, and you have air ducts going through the business, and it sends the air, and it also does some filtration. On a larger scale business, they might require something like that. But they're overspending on the product to begin with. So I'm sure there are simpler ways of getting the job done a hell of a lot cheaper. Instead of all the hype that these salesmen get, they get commissions. If they make a sale, oh, well, we got the best product. We got the best product. Everybody says we got the best product. It's all hype. It's all hype and bullshit. Smoke and mirrors. Try to get somebody who tries to throw out a little charisma in front of an audience. A standout guy like a guy that's 6'8" and 400 pounds. He's going to demand a little bit of attention, if not just for his obesity and height. Does he address his audience? Well, howdy, folks. Howdy, folks. It's like a dual personality, If he talked like that in front of people he's trying to make a sale pitch with, they just walk away. If they knew that it was his true character, as it is, they'd walk away. Walk away, Renee. Hey, I'm happy with my air conditioning system here. It does a damn good job. I didn't pay tons of money for it. In fact, I plan to get a separate air purifier. And he makes fun of Walmart. Yeah, I'm going to walk around my $88 Walmart air conditioner to try to sell. Well, you might as well. Because those products are not doing anything better than a Walmart selling a Samsung or something or whatever. It's just a bunch of hype. When I worked for Parks, we had an HVAC unit there. I learned a lot about these people too. They didn't always do their job, I could tell you that, but I know basically how like a central system would work, and I know the filters they used and so forth. But filters come in ratings, and a good standard is rated at 13, and that's the number you want to go for a HEPA filter. A level 13. And a level 13 gets the job done. Everything you need. It gets the dust, the pollen, and all that shit. Particulates. And that's all you need. No one needs a really expensive air conditioning and filter system. Your air conditioner actually does filtering in your room. It actually does. Believe me, I could tell you, because I'm the one that cleans out the physical filter in these things. Yeah. The 3-speed fan, man. Yeah. And I'm fine with it. And we don't find a lot of dust around the house because the air conditioners, they suck up that dust. I mean, look, I clean, these things come right out. You clean it off with soap and water. Not the whole unit, though. I'm talking about the filter itself in there, Easy to take out, easy to put in. And you just clean them off, soap and water, a little brush, and you're good to go. And judging what shows up on the filters in the air conditioner, it's doing its job. Yeah, it said that, people with allergies and such, dogs that have dander, all this stuff. Just a 13, rated at the filter rated at 13. You could look it up and see what they mean by that. How they measure it in units or whatever they measure it in, but the standard is like a 13 for any kind of function at all that's going to be even worthwhile buying, okay? And they do the job. And you could always buy a great Walmart. Walmart sends some top brands, because
because that label of Walmart on it makes it cheap. No, man. Well, Lasada, whatever you want to order from, Shopee, whatever. You could get an air purifier for a very decent price that does the job. Or would you rather have some kind of centralized system controlling your whole house, which will cost you a major fortune? You don't need that. And most businesses don't really need that either. Every office area could have that $88 filter right in the office space, and it does its job. Well, understand, if it's a large space in there, even if somebody had their own personal air filter at their desk, it does the job. And smart businesses, well, okay, if you're a hospital, I can understand in a hospital setting, okay, it's not that convenient because you have little portable units around. You got to have probably a centralized system to do that in a hospital setting. And that's what they try to gear themselves to do, these businesses. They want to go to big businesses, hospitals, and stuff like that. I could see that. I can definitely see that. Smaller businesses, I don't see that. And certainly homes, but they're trying to deal with corporations, they're trying to deal with big businesses that can afford to pay an extraordinary amount of money for a system that I'm sure you could find that any other company would be hundreds of thousands of dollars cheaper. They do exist, but it's all hype. It's all hype. Our filter or air conditioning unit, HVAC, is the best on the market. See, we wrote this ourselves. You know, we gave ourselves 5 stars. And I'm the emotionally retarded salesman that's trying to sell you this. You should hear my show on YouTube. Show you who you're actually buying stuff from. Good example, go look at my little short that I just uploaded. That little tiny short tells you a whole story. Let's go check it out. Go ahead. You got this guy who's emotionally void. He's a grown-ass man trying to show off he's a successful salesman. That's what he's, a salesman. An aging salesman. Too tall for his own good, too overweight in combination with his height for his own good. Who doesn't have much of a future. Who wants to show off his riches to everyone and look down his nose at everyone. I have no problem buying something in Walmart. I have no problem if I had one around here, I'd be buying it in Walmart. Damn right, I'd be there shopping. I'm not going to lower my head if I walked into a Walmart store. Snobs like him would do that. He was spoiled, got inheritance from their parents, brought up in an expensive part of California. Spoiled rotten. Spoiled rotten. Emotionally void. To look down on people all the time and antagonize people. I really wish his company would know a little deeper about him, along with videos and everything else, to know who they've hired and what a bastard he is and how he mistreats people. He can be traded off for a younger man anytime at less than half the salary. Keep that in mind. Hey man, I got no problem. Even for an air filter, man, I'll spend $88 on a air filter. Yes, yep, I would. As long as the dang thing works, I don't care about the fancy bells and whistles and lights and flashing lights, whatever it goes. Some fancy kind of company name. We're all peons, we're all hillbilly peons out here, according to this guy. We're real people. We're regular people. And there's nothing wrong with some of the air purifiers. Some are better than others. But you want to get a HEPA filter, for one. Even on using a vacuum cleaner, they're not all built well. If you can smell the dust is getting out. It's not good. You want to use a vacuum cleaner with a HEPA filter, which we have. We're smart enough to know that. But if you're going to buy a filter for your air purifier or in combination with your AC system, yeah, get something that has a rating of that magical number 13. And you'll be perfectly fine with that. It actually gets the job done. There's no need to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on an elaborate system, certainly even if you got a big home. All smoke and mirrors for a company to make a lot of money. Shit, you could probably build your own system and filter your own air. There's lots of ways of doing it with carbon filters, all kinds of shit. But we're reliant on the market. And some of us are not clever enough to actually build a system like that, but it is possible for a layman to actually build some kind of a system that could cool your house and also filter at the same time. Well, air conditioners actually do that job too. That's why they got a filter in there. Otherwise, you'd be clogging up your air conditioner unit. But you do have to maintain it. And it's worthwhile if you clean it out with a little pressure washer and get all the gook out. But the filter does an excellent job of catching all that dust and particulates in your room. No fancy schmancy system at all. You don't need. Yeah, HEPA. Yeah, of course it's a real thing. I'm not talking about a heifer, like a cow, like, what's her name? Oh, what's his name is running his mouth, attacking me, and Davis makes mention of me and Miko again. He's out in London trying to sell their half-breed fucking HVAC systems to a trade show and all that shit. He's nothing but a fucking glorified fucking shoe salesman. That's all the fuck he is. There's nothing wrong with actually being a shoe salesman either, by the way. It's a respectable job, although he would look down on that. Nothing wrong with a shoe salesman at all. To do an honest work, that's all that matters. But people of his nature like to look down their nose at people when basically their riches, whatever they have, was handed down to them from their family as inheritance. It's not like they actually earned the money. So sure, they were able to invest and do this and that because they had the money and they had the portfolio to do that. The average Joe normally can't do that. Not all of us are privileged by our families. Our parents may not have money, but they still have integrity. Not all of us have inherited money from our family. What do they call that? The rich nouveau, the new rich. It's what you call new money. It's not old money, it's new money, the rich nouveau. Yeah, there we go, pal boy. My hero, Al Bundy, was a salesman. Yeah, a shoe salesman. Who's beeping their fucking horn? There's nothing wrong with a normal job. Nobody should look down on you, what you do for a living, whether you work for the parks department or whatever you did. There's no embarrassment on that at all. You work in an honest job, making an honest buck, instead of begging on the street or begging on a channel. I'm going to die and I need your money, but I don't want an operation. And we don't want to get into that.
You know, it's the very people that look down their nose, the ones that drop dead. They always got something working against them, but they're too obnoxious and arrogant to realize that. We had plenty of people like that. Where are they now? They're dead. Dead, cold, rotted, or ashed up. All dead, and they can't run their mouth anymore. Yeah, Al Bundy, he was cool. You know, it's the us peons. You know, it's us peons. You know, that built the fucking world. I'm not embarrassed I did labor work and other things. Why should I? Is there a reason I should be embarrassed? These office type workers and salespeople, they don't fucking lift anything. The only thing they lift is their fucking paychecks. They don't know what hard work really is, except running their mouth, you know? Never be embarrassed about what you do for a living. If you're doing honest work and you're earning your paycheck, don't matter if you're digging fucking ditches, planting something, shoe salesman, I don't care what the fuck you are. Work at a fucking Pizza Hut. These are people earning their money. These are the people that control, in actuality, the economy of the world. These are the people, the lowlifes, is the way this guy would look at them, that build those nice office buildings that they like to have an office in. They would never dare get their hands dirty. Well, they get their hands dirty in a lot of ways in business. We know that. We definitely know that. Their hands are never clean. The guy I'm talking about does not have clean hands as far as I'm concerned, does not have a clean heart, does not have a clean mind. He's an arrogant bastard by his own demonstration. Blue-collar workers are the ones that built this fucking planet. And without them, there wouldn't be skyscrapers and fancy office buildings that you like to have your cushy office seat in with your computer and your HVAC units in there, you know, with central air conditioning. Somebody had to install these things. Somebody had to build that office building. Somebody had to deliver that furniture, the office furniture. But these people, like this guy, who looks down his nose at everyone, we are just peons. Remember, you're religious, what does they say? The meek shall inherit the earth. Okay, there you go. Good quote. I think that's a religious statement of sorts coming from me. The meek shall inherit the earth. I don't think that was a philosopher, but in a sense they were. The idea of people looking down their noses at people that maybe don't make their salary, which could be quite exaggerated by the people to begin with, okay? The older you get, you could be replaced too. They want younger blood. That happens all the time in the corporate world. Younger blood. Retire you. Enjoy your benefits, eat like you are, stay fat, and you drop dead of a heart attack. Or it may happen on the job while you're delivering that $88 Walmart air conditioner to your trade shows. Some people can't be humble, Nick. His last show, he was already mentioning us again. He's like nonstop. He sounds like a little child. And he's supposed to be some professional sales representative. Fuck, I wouldn't hire him. I wouldn't hire him. Knowing his real character, I would never hire somebody like that. But you see, sometimes the bosses in that business, they don't know what their employee is like until they actually see and hear his videos. Well, that's a thought. Yes, I think he has dysphoria, Frank. He strikes me as a spoiled child. Well, there's no question about it that he's spoiled. He inherited daddy's money in a very expensive part of California. It's not like he earned it. Anybody could inherit money that has of his family, and they could invest that money in stocks and build up a portfolio. But did they do it on their own? No. If they didn't have daddy's money, or somebody just got him into a business from some connections of daddy, they wouldn't even be doing that. See, somebody like that, you knock him down a few pegs. Someone who's that spoiled, Mikko, let me explain something to you here. If they lost all their fucking money, they couldn't live with themselves. They'd hold their head low. They would not come on YouTube. They would disappear because they would have nothing to boast about. It's like a borderline personality disorder of sorts. I don't look at anybody being lower than me. Well, except Barry Jordan. I'll make exceptions. Their God is money, absolutely. Okay, look at it this way, too. Remember I talked about this? When this guy was boasting about Donald Trump, and since he's been in office, his portfolio gained like 25, 26%, and he was boasting about that. He didn't care the fact that Trump, the guy he worships, had to do with child trafficking, raping young girls, was Epstein's right-hand man, that organized sex parties, destroying the minds of young children. So let's look at it this way. If he's going to support somebody like that, imagine what he's really like. Well, we got an idea what he's really like in many aspects that don't need to be mentioned up. What he does with his life, socially, and everything else. I mean, I got a damn good idea. I think it goes deeper than that, to be honest with you, but I'm not going to discuss it on here. Okay? But we're not peons. And if he lost all his money, there'd be no more carrots to display. The donkey's not going to go for the bait. The donkey's not going to go for the carrot. Because he ain't going to have no carrots. He ain't going to be afford to have any carrots. And the guy's probably ready to die. And you can't take your money with you. So you're going to have to hand over your carrots to somebody. You just can't take it with you. It don't make any sense. Now, a lot of the Egyptian gods, well, actually, the pharaohs and stuff used to have their favorite items to get buried with. Gold, there's some trinkets, anything that was important to them in their living life, to bring them in their spirit life, they believed, okay? And things that would help them, like even articles of food if they had to, that they wouldn't starve in their new life. They bring their riches so that they wouldn't be poor in their new life. And that's the way they thought when they mummified them. And, they were important enough to mummify and adorn them with gifts and gold and all that trinkets that they get buried with, Yeah, wealthy people experience life differently. Yeah, they do. Oh, yeah, orange glow dust, looking for single men. Wow, and that says a lot right there. And by the way, a lot of you people don't know what that means, but I know about it. If you want to know what a lowlife this guy is, he went for anything. Yeah, gold dust was his name. Glow dust was his name. Orange glow dust on a dating site, and there was men and women, or in between, or whatever. Anything went on this particular site, and he actually belonged to that, and people have proof of it. So the question is, can this guy afford to knock us down the way he does, and his arrogance and everything else? No, he can't. No, he cannot. And I know things about him he doesn't think I know, but I do. But I think a lot of people know certain things too. Yeah. You'd think after his experience over the last week, he would be thank God that he is safe instead of, oh, he was acting like he was in a war zone. Missiles were flying over his head. No, they weren't. It was long distance away. And of course, he's building it up like he's some kind of a reporter in the battlefield. You know, missiles flying over his head. Yeah, we've been under attack. It's been really rough here. It's really dangerous. This is your man in where the fuck was he in? The one town outside of the I forgot the name of the particular place, but this is your man in blah 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 from the front lines, dodging bullets and missiles and bombs, and you ain't that important. Doha. Do is right. Do. You're a man in Doha reporting live. Oh, a quote from Seinfeld is coming in on this one. I tell you, the sea was really angry that day. Perfect. I tell you, the sea was really angry that day. If that was happening close to him, he'd find the nearest fucking basement. You know, he'd be hiding in the nearest fucking basement somewhere. I'm an HVAC salesman. I'm an important executive out here. You gotta protect me. You gotta protect me. I'm important. And I'm bigger than you. Orange glow dust. I'm Mr. Orange glow dust. I wouldn't want his job in a million years. No, I wouldn't either. You know what? Travel is nice as a benefit, but I tell you what, you've been there once, whatever, it just gets old. I would imagine it would just get really old after a while. All the time you spend on planes, going back and forth, of course, being away from your family and children, your all your wives and mistresses, takes its toll on a man. Let me tell you something also. I would not take a job, although it paid really, really, really good money, if I didn't enjoy somehow, some way, the job I'm doing. Because you got to have some self-gratification, you got to have some self-respect, you have to have, you know, feel comfortable in what you're doing. Not lying to your customers. I got the best fucking product. It's all a lie in business. It's all a lie. To get them to open up their checkbooks and get that big order in so you can get that commission. Like car salesmen, there ain't any fucking different than fucking car salesmen selling HVAC units. They're not any fucking different. They're all snake in the grasses. Mick says, when you go through airports continually, you soon get fed up of it, and continuous traveling, like it ages a person. I know it takes a toll on me anytime I've traveled, and I'm not traveling all the time, and I've never traveled much. But all the times I've been through airports and all the rigmarole I had to go through to get from point A to point B was exhausting. Living at a hotel to hotel, you know, it's like the real rock stars of the world. You think their business is very glamorous. It's really not. You're singing the same old songs over and over again. You're having problems with how the band's getting along, management. There's always a problem with management. You know, and maybe you don't feel good, but the show must go on. You might be feeling like shit, but you gotta play. Because you got people that are arranging these events. There's money to be had in their pockets for you to perform. And the guy from, what's his name, the Filipino guy who took the lead singer in Journey's place, Steve Perry's place, he's very good at what he does. I've seen him look like a little kid to now his age. How many years has he been doing this? I can't even believe that many years has passed. But initially, until the money started rolling in a big way, he didn't want to be gone from his family to live out of a piece of luggage. He didn't want that. But when the money becomes really good, your perspective changes. The wifey poo, whatever, or family, is going to love spending on her debit card and credit cards your money that you're earning and you're killing yourself doing for the family. It's not easy being in a band and stuff and traveling all the time, place to place, just tired of aircrafts, air conditioned air. And speaking of air conditioning, I don't mind. Even sometimes my air conditioning in the house, I got to get out of that room because there's something about the air in there. Air conditioned air gets to you after a while. But no, I could not have a job. Well, I don't mind traveling. It's according to how often you got to travel. Like my dream job was like at the time working for one of them anyway, doing work for National Graphic. Well, you're not gone every week. You get special assignments and stuff, but you're not constantly on a plane traveling anywhere. It might be on the road or something. A little different, but no, I honestly couldn't. It would get really old for me. And if I liked traveling that much, I'd be all over the Philippines. All the shows they do about Bacolod, Iloilo, all these places. If I had the curiosity to see these places, I would go and see them. I'm able to do that even now. But there's been no place that I'm aware of that has particularly interested me in going there. The expense, how many means of travel you got to take, modes of travel rather, and the hot weather doing it and the delays on your ferries or whatever your transportation is, waiting at airports and flights delayed and this and that. I couldn't handle that. I don't like that. I notice he is probably the elder of the group he is with. It's young men game. It's a young man's game. Surprising he feels the need to do it. Well, he'll burn out. He's not that young of a man. He's not that young of a man. He'll burn out. His body's burning out anyway. For many reasons. Many reasons. I personally believe. He'll wind up getting a fucking heart attack. Because his cortisol levels are built up all the time. Part of the job, part of his ranking down people on YouTube, his living situation that he has, screaming kids and 10 wives or whatever he's got, and his fair maidens and whatever, his commune. That's stressful as it is. Then he got to travel and wait at airports and eat horrible airport food, and you have to wait long periods of time to get your flight sometimes, and then the stress of being where you're going to be. There are different stressors in everywhere you go that you will face one way or the other. Just to fucking sell some fucking second-rate fucking HVAC units, it's not worth it. It's not worth the stress. Let's see, Coke Zero at McDonald's won't do him any favors, I can tell you that. You're absolutely right. When you're right there, Miko boy. When you're right, you're right.
When you're not, you're not. Da 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 da. When you're right, you're right. Da 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 da. When you're not, you're not. So I laugh at this. I honestly do. Even Gilda does too. We laugh at him. I mean, this guy is such a pompous ass, such an arrogant bastard. Nobody, I don't know how anybody lives with him, money or not. There's always going to be some friction or competition with the ladies. There's always going to be something like something. Remember something happened? Remember what he said on Facebook? You remember what went down with that situation? Situations like that. They'll reoccur, maybe in different ways. It's very complicated with being one person, but which you have more than one person that you're cohabitating with. It can become a real problem. I mean, a real problem. I wouldn't want any of that shit. And I don't have to lure a woman with fucking money. I could proudly say that when I met the lovely lady that I've been with for a decade, more than a decade now, I didn't lure her with no money. She didn't know whether I had a peso or 100 million pesos. I mean, she had no idea. I didn't talk about it. I was there to meet her. That was it, you know. She wasn't asking me no questions. She never even asked me what I did for a living. She never asked me anything. We concentrated on each other. That was it. You often say it. He represents the worst of America. Yeah, I know. Well, put it this way. The fact that he idolizes Trump says a mouthful right there. How could somebody in their right mind have any morals, worship a man that is a real pedophile, trafficking children, doing things with little girls, 13 years old? If you worship somebody like that, to me, in my mind, I think they're just as bad as these people. Everything is a contract with him, even the women. I suppose. At this point, he probably got down some written material that you can't do this to me like you did to me last time without facing some legal problems if he was smart enough to do that. Apparently, he wasn't last time. Look, Miko, just laugh it off. Seriously, man, laugh it off, because we're going to have the last laugh. He's back. We're going to have the last laugh, after all. You wait and see. You wait and see. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. It always works that way. Look what happened to the other bastards on here that were real criminals, that were really, you know, antagonists and all that shit. They're dead. A lot of these trollmaster shows, they're fucking dead now. They're dead. Coincidental? I don't know. Yeah, it's a fucking circus out there. You got that right. But since you said that, treat it like it is a circus. Just enjoy the clowns. Circus is becoming extinct. So get on in the action while you can. You know, enjoy the circus, man. Enjoy the circus freak show while it's there. Get it while it's hot. And have a good fucking laugh. Don't get mad. Just have a good laugh on it, man. I managed to. If I can do that, you certainly could. You know, the thing that bothers me the most, I don't understand when it bothers me, but is when you're so disrespectful with the person you're with. All I'll mention, the scene at the bar, what he did, several things. I said it then, I'll say it now, no retraction. We're not going to redact that. It was absolutely despicable and really disrespectful. That gives you an idea of the relationship, what it's based on. It's not based on no fucking love, I can tell you that.
It's comical, yeah. Well, what he did was not comical in that situation. It was totally, totally fucking disrespectful. So the question is, women, they respect the guy's money, but they don't respect him. Because if you respected a woman, you would not create a little spectacle in public in a bar like that. You wouldn't do that. I don't care what anybody says. You could disagree with me till the cows come home. But I'm not going to redact that statement. If you love a woman, you treat her with respect, especially in public. Especially in public. I couldn't believe what I saw on that. Yeah, I know. Me too. I did a double take on that. And so did Guilty. What the fuck? Fuck, I tried to do that like something in a bar. She'd leave me immediately. She'd tell me, you don't respect me at all to have me do that kind of stuff. How could you say you love me when you're going to display me in public like that and what you did? No. No, man. That's as low as you could possibly get. And he's proved how low he can actually get. We know he's behind the scenes with some other stuff going on. Need I have to mention it? So I won't. We know. I gotta turn this thing back on. I'm gonna leave the air conditioner on. Speaking of air conditioning. Of course he'll say that my Matrix is a piece of shit. Of course he would. Only I got the best. Howdy, folks. I got the best air conditioning systems. Yeah. Probably has the little dick too, you know. But I guess he figures his height will make up for that. Little dick, little mind, big body. That's how it works. You know, appreciate, Miko, whatever it is you have in your life, because I really don't know much about you. I don't really know your background. But the one thing I could say to you, and any of my viewers that's listening at the moment, do appreciate what you have and hold on to it real tight. If you hang on too tightly, like in the song with Styx, you're going to lose control. But hang on tight enough so you don't suffocate the person, like they're your property or something. Allow a little leg room, a little space. It's all good. It's all a facade with him. Yeah, I know. It's all smoke and mirrors. If you were a fly on the wall, you had a secret camera in his place to know what really goes on, and when he travels alone, what goes on with him there, do you honestly think he's, speculate all you want, do you honestly think he's faithful to his harem members? Do you honestly believe that? Fuck no. The cat's the way the mice will play. That's the way it is. And if you don't listen to me and allow me to do what I need to do, I'm cutting your funds off. Then it would be no reason for her to be there if the funds were off. At least that's the way I see it. Could I be wrong? Sure. But that's just my opinion. It's all about money. It's always about the money. I don't know anything in the world that isn't about money. But money means a lot more to people than others. And I know, you get like a statement from people like that saying, you're just jealous because I got money and you don't have as much money as I do. You know something? I've known wealthy people in my life, and I actually have. But a lot of the wealthy people that were doing better than me, it didn't mean that they had a great life. Along with that wealth came managing your money, which is a headache too. Sometimes you can't trust your own accountants. Who's managing your portfolio? You can't trust anybody. You're always stressed out. And everything is geared around the mighty dollar. Speaking of the mighty dollar, and this might have to do a little bit with Fazio, but anyway, when he was examining the dollar, and one thing I'm going to say about that, This is how people try to brainwash you. You know what it says on the dollar bill? In God we trust. Okay, who's we? That's like they're speaking for all. And every president or politicians, and God bless America. You know why? Because that's what they want to hear. Because they know that there are billions of religious people on the planet. And if you play the religion role, oh, they're going to honor you. But when they put in God we trust on that dollar bill, on that piece of paper, they're not speaking for everyone. They're not speaking for me. They're not speaking for me. I see Anne was privy to the time he was in trouble with his wife, and I can tell you it was no oasis at that. And then they brainwash people too to believe that, oh, I love you. Comes home, howdy, girls. Who gets the right side of the bed tonight? He even gets his mistress fucking pregnant. That caused a big problem. That's what some of it was all about there, Miko. That was part of it, man. That was part of it. I could not live a complicated life like that for all the money in the fucking world. Let's get back to that in God we trust thing. I'm not pushing into religion here necessarily. But how, you can't speak for everybody. You just can't. Like growing up, elementary school, even my daughter was against that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States to America. Then they'd get into God and all that stuff. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to feel like I was in the fucking Nazi German army and the dictator was telling me how to think and what to do, forcing me to say that or else they send you to detention. I did that and they gave me shit about it. My daughter did that and they sent her over to the office. How come we weren't doing the Pledge of Allegiance? Could have had a fucking lawsuit on that fucker, but I didn't push it. Your belief, you have your own rights. We all should have our own rights to believe what we want to believe in. Within limits that's not going to hurt anybody physically or anything like that. You have your rights. He stopped paying for the fees of the school, of the kids in Cebu, and the wife had to go back to the province with the kids as he stopped paying rent on house in Cebu, too. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I could see that scenario. So it gets to the point that women will have the control over him, although people like him might think that they have all the control, but it's not necessarily true, It's not necessarily true. You make one mistake with a Filipina, man, and you're fucked. You're in the right place, the right time, and you've got some situation going on, you're going to be in trouble. But people like that, Miko and others, that you have to understand that their life is geared around money. And they're really proud to make that money if they really earned it. And I'm not saying that they're not doing their job to earn any money on a present salary. But it was prior to that where people who had it easy compared to a lot of stuff like people like you and me, did not have wealthy parents, living in a very wealthy place in California. Not all of us had, Tim K was like that too. His family had money. Again, there's inheritance and all that shit too. You were born into money. And you didn't earn it. And if you made good investments, you made good money. You made money. But it's not like you worked hard to get that money to invest at that time. No, you inherited the money. That's where people like that get their money from. To invest. He's not the family man you think. I never thought he was. Look, I figure these people out just as well as you do, Miko. Believe me, I do. I'm good at analyzing people. In fact, I'm very good at it. I'm very good at it.
I didn't trust Mick Fisher when I first fucking met him. I knew, and even my girlfriend surmised a few things, that the only reason he came down, it had to be a reason. Then we find out it was true. I see, every penny I earned, I did it myself. Like yourself, we had no silver spoon. I certainly didn't. My parents were dirt fucking poor, man. But I learned from that. Now, I didn't make the biggest world achievements in my life, but my parents never really owned their own house. My brother never, through his marriage, he lived in a nice house, my brother, when he was married. And my sister, well, they don't live in a fancy house. They live in a converted, uh, what do you call home in Pennsylvania? He made a basement in there. You know, he bought, families ever owned their own house directly. Nobody in my immediate family out there I had will ever even graduated high school, never was graduated college or even went to college, as many colleges as I went to. I guess you could look at me as an achiever on some level, comparatively. Did I do anything that was going to change history? You know? No. But I did things that helped create history and people to learn from it through my photographs. Absolutely, I did. Okay, I always try to guide you on McFish. I knew he was up to no good. Well, knowing who his friends were at the time, I surmised this when he was going to come down. I'm smarter than you think. I'm alert for stuff like that. As a bell goes off in my head. And through talking to him while he was here rather, and afterwards on Messenger, I pretty much figured out what was going on. He was just trying to change my mind about Barry. And then he lied to the people on there. It's true that he came up with a bullshit story when him and Yads visited here, that he came up with a story on somebody's live show. I think it was Big Kevin's show, I think. Or was it Popeye? More likely Big Kevin, I think. Saying that she had a contract in hand that I was to sign, that they were going to give me 1,000,000 pesos, it's like $18,000, collectively from whatever source, if I would not pursue the case any further with Barry. Okay, he actually said that. I'm not making this up. I have no reason to make it up. Then he emphatically, denied it when he was on the live show. He said, that's a lie. I never said that. I never said that at all. Why would I do that? Well, they were never really going to give me $18,000, which is it comes approximately. They just wanted me to get a statement that they could use, and then they wouldn't give me any money if it was a real McCoy. I mean, that shit could happen. Yes, you could write up a contract and you could sign it, show me the money. It could entice somebody real easy. But I wouldn't have even went for that. Because I believed in what I did and what I had to do. And no money in the world was going to make up for what this guy did. So they were trying to change my mind on this. It didn't work. And yes, I swear on all things good in my life that McFish Sandwich did say that on a live show. He said a lot of things on a live show. He's even made references to Gilda too, which I don't like. If I had one iota of respect for McFish Sandwich, it's long gone. Because if he's tight with the other guy, well, you know what they say. Like people do like things, and I want nothing to do with people like that. But then again, I wasn't looking for friends anyway. Foreigner friends out here anyway, so it don't matter either way. I always found McFish a very strange person. I never knew him from Adam, but he consistently trolled me. He probably goes under different names, probably trolling me right now, Yeah. Well, I come up with my own conclusions. It's good that you people also see this stuff too. It just reinforces what I believe is what it does. But I usually can figure out things on my own for the most part.
I get a little help every now and then to set me straight and guide me on a few things, a few people, but I can pretty much figure things out on my own. I'm not that old, man. My mind is still working, still functioning. Because there's really no reason for McFish Sandwich to come down and meet me, really. I think his whole purpose for coming there was to meet me. Well, he came there before. I'm sure he heard about Bantai and wanted to check it out, but then he made another trip and he was going to meet me and took his girlfriend with him and, you know, whatever she was. I don't know. I still don't know today, and honestly, I don't really care. I don't know why he tried to hide that and cover it up. Why? What was he trying to hide? Does she think she's not good looking or something? I mean, I have my own opinions, but we're not talking about my opinion. What was he trying to cover up? Did he have a woman on the side? I mean, didn't want her on camera? Is that why he's so adamant about not putting her on camera? There was something to that. There was definitely something to that. As you say, these people have many skeletons in their closet. Oh, indeed. As she was married before. Oh, okay. The other gal. Okay. Well, you know, we have every right in the world to express our opinions on here. I think we do it very well, and I think we do it in a respectable way while still getting the facts out. And that's the way to do it. You just got to be grateful that stop thinking about the things you don't have and think what you do have, like self-respect, being respectful to others, showing respect and getting it back. These people are not capable about it. And you got to understand another thing, Miko, that you got to understand that I talked to you about before. It's like you're talking to somebody who's horribly autistic. You're not going to get through. You could yell at them, you could call them names, you could present facts to them. They're not going to absorb what you say. You think that you're getting through to them, but they're so cocky and arrogant on a level that you wouldn't believe mathematically that they're not going to get insulted, but they will get reaction to you. That's why they react back, because the only thing that really hurts is the truth. That always gets through, the truth. And that's when they get defensive and then they get offensive. When you tell the truth. But if you think a yelling match of calling names back and forth is really adding up to anything, it's not. You're not getting through to him. You're getting his attention. Yeah, you absolutely are. That's it. You might as well talk to the wall, because they're not going to change their ways for you. They're not going to change their ways for anybody. It's like trying to straighten out Barry. Nobody was able to do that. They warned him, don't do this and keep your mouth shut and every damn thing else. He didn't listen. So what happened to him, right? That's my point. These people have no self-respect, have no respect for anyone else. Well, apparently so. I think we're allowed to say that. I wouldn't be friends with people like that if they were the last people on earth to talk to. I'd wind up doing something crazy to them or something. I don't know. I would not be able to handle it. I would walk away from that situation. You're on your own. So you're on your own. I'll fend for myself. There's no way in the world I could be on an island, stranded with somebody of those characters. That wouldn't work out very well. It would not work out at all. But I'm not forced to do that, so, oh well. You just do what I do, man. I'll tune in on their shows, what they have to say here and there when they know they have something on, like they do to mine. They said, oh, I never go to show. Somebody just wrote me he was on and said this. Bullshit. He's there all the time. Both of them. They're both there. They're both listening. You guarantee it. Guaranteed. All that bullshit lying. But if I was a chick, I don't know. See, you got to respect yourself. And don't stay with somebody simply because you get to go on trips and have these great 5-star McDonald's meals, a Chow King or something, or, you know, that's not a reason to stay with somebody. Because something happens to that person, you're on your own someday. They're getting older, they're overweight, overheight, eat the wrong foods. They're going to drop dead sooner or later. Then you got to think, how old am I now? Right? Did I wasted my time with this person? Sure, it was a wild ride. I got to go places and stuff. Cool, groovy. But it amounts to nothing later on. When they're gone, unless he's left you money. But what if he didn't? There's no guarantees. And you stay with him all that time just for the time being. But as you got older, it's going to make it harder for you to find another man to replace him. And that's how it works. So it doesn't always work out the way they want. They want to go for the Mr. Goodbar while they got him. Then he's not going to be there forever. If you look at all the eateries he eats in, they're all cheap stuff, like McDonald's or buffets at Korean places. Yeah, I've noticed that too. It's only now and then they go to a place where they have a big spread of food, but they don't do that all. He doesn't do that all the time. Yeah, believe me, I pay notice to these things too. I see what you see out here, same way. I'm not that deaf. I figured out their lifestyle pretty well. It's all a facade. But the way to make money is you earn it, not inherit it. I mean, not that you wouldn't take your family's money, of course. If you inherit it, of course you would. But we're not all born with that silver spoon in our mouth. But you know what, Miko? It makes us stronger. It gives us more integrity to appreciate things in life a lot more. A lot more. Instead of where something was handed us, down to us. The majority of people on this planet are not living. They're not the 1%ers. 99% of the people on Earth are us. We're the 99%. And the people with a lot of money, they're the 1%ers. Not that he's got that much money to be included in the 1%ers, but let's just say per capita, I don't know what you want to go with dollar amounts. Just say somebody that's somewhat well off, not necessarily a multi millionaire. They may have a few million in the bank or so. That's poppycock compared to what people are making these days. We used to envy people who were millionaires because we never heard of billionaires when I was a kid. Being a millionaire alone, even being 100,000aire was a big thing. But if you had $1 million or millions when I was a kid, that was a fucking lot. It still is a lot of money, but it's not like it was. It doesn't spend like it's supposed to anymore. Now you got fucking billionaires. Things have kind of graduated to another level with people and corporations and so forth. Now we got tons of billionaires showing up. High-tech industries and all that shit going on. So we're really peons compared to that, right? People with dignity don't boast about their money. Yeah, I agree with you on that. You shouldn't have to boast about it. Just live your life. But he just constantly has to kind of prove to people as if he's trying to prove it to himself. You notice that? That he's better than you, got more money than you. I can afford the best lawyers, the best everything, the best meals, the best buffets, the best accommodations. If there's a hell, people like that are going to fucking hell. They got an RSVP already. But not everything works out your way. Life is like that. You think you got a little empire going of some sort, a little harem, an empire. You could lose every bit of that money. It just takes one incident. You could lose everything you got. And at that age, it's hard to start over again. Oh, yeah. Then you become the little man on a totem pole. And how does it feel to be one of us regular guys? They couldn't handle it. They'd commit suicide or something. They wouldn't have anything to boast about. You're right. Anywho, that's about all I have to say. I think I made my point quite adequately. But as I said, don't engage in this. He's going to mention you or me every time he puts a show on. Just about. You know what it is? Despite maybe having money, it's possible, than you and me. That's all he's got. He's a grown-ass man who talks the way he does on social media, looking down at people, sounding like an emotionally stunted, child. I mean, just listen to his shows. It's like, nanny, 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 Miko. He's emotionally blunted, stunted, whatever you want to call it. Most spoiled kids are. They're exactly like that. When Trump doesn't get his way, he's practically on the floor with his hands and arms and legs going up and down, ranting and crying if they don't get their way. People like him are used to getting their way, and when they don't, they just get really stifled and stymied, and they go into a panic mode. Thank you very much, Mr. Palaboy. All right, guys, always a pleasure, of course. Listen, I have no expectations from people on my show, except, maybe when I get my PayPal going, you might consider donating to the show for good faith. That's all. I'm not looking to get rich from anybody on here. It just shows me that you support the channel, that it's worthwhile continuing. There's not one day and one show that goes by that I'm not thinking this is going to be my last fucking show. I've done this for years, as you know, because I'm always on that brink of saying, fuck this shit. And I did, actually, several months back when I was off for almost 3 months. I thought I had it. I needed a rest. I took my whole Google account down. That's how serious I was. I'm at that point again. They don't want to see me go, I'll guarantee you that. They wouldn't have anything to talk about. Of course, they'll talk about me for a while, they'll replay my old videos, but even that'll get burnt out for the audience. Because when somebody's not around anymore, they don't give a fuck anymore. And when somebody replays your shows and all that, of course they're going to continue the